Morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Doctor.
Amarnath.
I think yes, we.
Amarnath cannot hear me, Adi. Is it the old Amarnath who was in KDHP and all that? Same. He was in Tier States.
Doctor, could you able to see the email, Doctor, I have sent you?
What?
Yesterday I have sent 2 mails to you, Doctor, for you.
Yeah, I've not seen it properly.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you.
I think everyone else is muted. Can't hear.
Mr. Amarnath, can you hear me? No problem, no? Mr. Amarnath?
We are all okay. We both are. I have
Yeah.
muted.
Mr. Amarnath not muted, but he said that he is not.
I don't know.
Mr.
I'm
Amarnath,
just. So clear. Oh.
Hey, not audible at all, Doc.
You can't hear me? We are all muted.
Good morning, sir. It's audible?
Good morning. Good morning. I can hear you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I also hearing you also.
Dr. Rajkumar,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Amarnath not hearing it, but that's what he's telling.
I think his use is on his mobile. We are hearing it, no problem.
He's muted now.
Yes.
They are able to get you hearing clearly before you start. If you to figure out whether it is clear or not.
Amarnath, can you hear us now?
Pardon, doctor?
Can Amarnath hear us? Shankar Narayana is okay, I think.
Good morning, doctor.
Sanjit, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Audible, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
சீக்கிரம் கொஞ்சம் அன்மியூட் பண்ணி கொடுவா ஜூம் மீட்டிங் வா
How many people are expected?
Oh, there are 19.
19 as of now.
As of now, 19. Yes. Ashok has come, the only one planter. Amarnath, is he the Amarnath same who was with the KDHP and T estates? Looks to be, face looks to be a little different.
Yeah, that's right.
Was in T estates and KDHP.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning all. Can you all hear us?
Very good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, speaking from Devon Estate.
Oh, good morning.
So very good. Yeah.
Prithviraj Singh is there. Can switch on your camera also.
Twenty-four. Shankar,
Yeah, yeah.
good window curtain behind you. Hmm.
Okay then.
So how's everything there?
Everything going well.
Good. How's the new chap?
Prithviraj is joining, right?
He's good. And taking him to field visits. So he's getting field exposure.
He is joining this meeting, right?
Yeah. After that, he has joined.
Oh, he's there now in the
And
meeting? No?
Today.
He is very well here.
Okay.
Let him
I was
let
just-
him also join. Let him also join.
Yeah. Your name? Yeah. He's joining. Yeah, another 2 minutes he'll be joining.
Hello, Mr. Sagar. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Hello, sir.
Good morning, sir. Peter Matthias. Mohan Kumar here. You are muted. Correct. So good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Good morning to all. This is Anil Shaw, Secretary from KPA.
Good morning, Anil.
Very
Good morning, Sanjay.
to you, Anil.
Good morning to all TMTs and T owners and also
Good
managers.
morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Sorry, I forgot. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Vice Chairman. Hope everybody are logged in and any problem, network problem? Any network problem, those who are logged in?
No, I don't think so. I'm fine.
Managers of T estates, any network problem, you can log in.
Good morning. Can you hear us? We are from Devan.
Yeah, I'm from Classic and we are okay.
Good morning, Mr. Ashwin Shetty. Good morning.
Good morning. We are from Devan.
Not able to hear us.
Good morning, Mr. Nair.
Good morning. We are from Gumantan.
Yes, Mr. Nair. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, convener, T committee.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Nice to see so many of you have checked in early. Good morning, Peter Matthias uncle. Very nice to see you early in the morning. Ashwin Shetty, Shankar Narayan, of course, Dr. Victor, and our team from Upasi. I think I see Sanjit also. Welcome, Sanjit, to this meeting.
Good morning. Good
It's
morning.
nice to see you all. And Uday Bano, it's after a long time I'm seeing you. And Team Devan Estate. And of course, Alok, the host from Guman Khan. Very nice to see you. Dr. Victor Elangon, yes, you're on the video now. Good morning and welcome. Our team from Mysore Plantation, I'm happy to see you all. Rohan Kurian is there. Welcome, Rohan. And I'm glad to see Sanjay Matthias, Namita Ram, my daughter, Harjit Kumar from Tatas, and Raj Kumar, Dr. Raj Kumar, who's going to. I'm very pleased and glad to see Dr. M.A. Vijayaratna of Research Institute, Sri Lanka. Welcome to this meeting, sir. We are privileged to have you here. Murthy of Classic Estates and Classic Tea. I'm very, very happy to see all of you all here. Satish Shetty.
Anjay, I can't hear. Why there's silence on mine? Increase the volume.
Peter, you're audible now.
100. No, one still. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Peter,
So how do I do
would you
it?
like to say something?
I think he is on call.
Okay, fair enough. So hello, Anil. Welcome.
Hello, sir. Good
Thanks
morning,
for
sir.
organizing this.
Yeah, thanks to Upasi and thanks to Mr. Victor.
Definitely. He's been instrumental in organizing this whole thing. I do look forward to a very interactive session. I know this virtual meeting is not the best possible. Oh, Dr. P. Mohan Kumar, I'm glad to see you too, sir. Welcome to the meet.
Morning, good morning.
And Mr. Amarath
Morning, sir. Good morning.
and Kumar Guru, welcome. So look forward to a very interactive session here. And I think shortly, in a few minutes, we can begin our session. I'm looking forward to our chairman of KPA, Shri Apadore, to join. I think he should be in any moment. As soon as he's there, we can start. The. And Mr. Karyappa, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention you. You are also there.
Good morning. Sir. Good morning.
Raj, I think I missed you also. So welcome to this conference.
Thanks, sir. Morning, sir.
If I missed anybody, please excuse me, but all to this conference.
Chairman Mr. Apadre has logged in.
I'm sorry.
Chairman sir, are you there? Chairman sir, he's already logged in. Are you there, sir?
Has Mr. Apadore logged in? Could we get a confirmation? And welcome Mr. Venu, AK, and Satish Shetty. Anil, I don't see Apadore.
No, I saw him. He must, I think network, he must have logged out, I think. I just remind him, sir.
Okay, please. We are on time to start this conference. It is 9:45 in the morning. And I welcome all of you. I know more of you all are going to be joining in the next 15 minutes to half an hour, because like some of the planters told me in person that, some of their managers and staff would be going to the field, organizing everything in the field and joining us before the start of the technical session. So I think there may be somebody more joining us, but all the same, I think as soon as we get a confirmation from our esteemed chairman, Mr. Apadore, we can start the conference. Anil, I wait for your feedback at the earliest. Victor, would you like to say anything on the Zoom meet? Any introduction you would like to give?
Thank you. And then good morning to all of you. Now, once all of us have joined means, then I think we can start off with the introductory remarks by Goman Khan Estate.
Welcome, D'Souza, Calagor.
Can you see us on?
Have the big privilege and honor to welcome my dear father, Arur Ramesh Rao, who has been an inspiration and a great source of support to the entire KPA Association. He is 92 years old, and I'm very happy to welcome our Mysore Plantations Limited, the MPL video. Welcome, Papa, and thanks for being there today for the virtual meeting. And I think the senior planters like you and Peter Matthias are an inspiration to all of us. And would you like to share a few words now, or would you like to put it in later?
When it gets finished, I thank all of you for the kindness you have shown to me. And it is always my pleasure to share whatever thoughts I have and also hear from whatever has advancement that has been taking place. Thank you. Let the meeting the very best. Go on, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Shall we start the conference? Victor, I think Chairman may join us shortly.
Yeah, I just called him. He'll re-log in again. He had logged in. He is out now. He'll log in. So I convey the message. You can start.
Okay. So shall we start the welcome address from Alok C of General Manager Guman Khan Estate?
Yeah, I think so.
Am I audible?
Yes, a little louder, please, but you're good.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
It's my pleasure to host this event on behalf of Guman Khan Estate, and I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to Guman Khan for the 45th KPA-Area Scientific Conference virtual meeting, the first of its kind in the history of ASC, which is completely on a digital platform. We welcome all our eminent speakers and guests who are present here to share their knowledge and vast experience with us. We appreciate your presence and are extremely glad to have you all with us today. Having said that, I would like to give a brief overview of Guman Khan Estate, focusing on the main estate activities in the past 2 years since last ASC. Guman Khan has an area of 410.85 hectares and is a multi-crop estate having tea, coffee, areca, pepper, and cardamom, with tea as its mainstay. The estate is situated at an altitude of 972.1130 MSL. Around 80% of the fields are located at gradient ranging to steep. The average rainfall recorded during the last 20 years. The average rainfall recorded during the last 20 years is 384 centimeters, while 10 years average is 371 centimeters. The maximum and minimum temperatures have varied between 36 to 12 degrees Celsius depending on the months. The estate produced in 2021 at a YP of 2,800 kgs per hectare, with an all-time record productivity of 61 kilos on shear harvest as compared to the previous year's all-time high of 42 kilos. This year, the estate is aiming at an annual production of 7.5 lakh kgs of made tea at a YPH of 3,000 kgs per hectare. On the coffee front, the estate had embarked upon a 4-year replanting program to replace the old and unproductive coffee areas and has replanted 130 acres in the last 1.5 years, compressing and expediting the entire coffee RP program in a span of 1.5 years, initially chartered for 3 years. Besides this, estate had carried out complete infilling in all 70 acres of good coffee. Estate has also planted 12,000 areca, 5,000 pepper, besides 21,000 plus silver oak plants, and an equal number of diadeps as temporary shade. The estate envisions to plant all the existing standards with pepper and fringe areas with areca in 4 years' time from now. In addition, estate has also planted 3,500 bamboo and 4,600 forestry saplings supplied by the forest department during the last 2 years. Moving forward, we are working with the objectives of cost reduction, improving quality, enhancing quantity, and better sales realization. On the cost front, we are experimenting with the new plucky harvesters since 80% of our fields are not suitable for single-man or two-man operated harvesters. Point number 2, on improving quality, we are in the process of mobilizing and ensuring captive labor to maintain timely plucking rounds in order to have better quality right from the beginning. Point number 3, for enhancing the yield, we intend to achieve this gradually by infilling the existing 15% vacancy in a 4 years time from now on. And as far as better realization is concerned, for the finished product, factory modernization is on to meet the market demands in this regard. With this, I conclude and thank you all for your attention. And now I hand over to Mr. Arvind Rao for his welcome address and hope that today inspires ideas and discussions that can make our plantations a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Alok, for the brief introduction to Guman Khan Estate, and thank you for the interest and the cooperation you have extended for this conduct of this virtual area scientific meet, which would not have been possible otherwise.
My pleasure.
Now I would like to, first of all, welcome all of you, our guests and participants, to this 45th Area Scientific Conference at Guman Khan Estate, organized by Upasi TRF and KPA-T Committee. I would like to welcome the chief guest, Mr. S. Appadurai, Chairman of Karnataka Planters Association and a very well-established, renowned coffee planter. Welcome, Appadurai. I would also like to welcome all the distinguished speakers. I'm very proud and happy that Dr. M.A. Vijayratne, head of the TRI Low Country Regional Center, Ratnapura in Sri Lanka, has consented to be one of our speakers on today, and he will be doing the first presentation for us on the topic of climate change and how to tackle climate change. The other speakers quickly are Dr. S.J. Anke Gowda, Principal Scientist and Head of ICAR, Indian Institute of Scientific Research, Spices Research. Of course, our very own Dr. Victor Langon, Director, Upasi TRF, and Dr. Rajkumar, Soil Chemist, Upasi TRF. And a warm welcome to all the senior planters, including my father, Mr. Peter Matthias, Ashok Kurian, for being here on this first virtual area scientific meet. My colleagues, friends, managers, and staff of the Karnataka tea industry, welcome to this. And I do hope you all find this first virtual meet to be useful. And I would request all of you all to interact openly. We are going to have these presentations for half an hour, and there's going to be a 15-minute question and answer session. Please make the most of it so that we can all benefit from these presentations we are going to have. Of course, at the very outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude, thanks, and appreciation to Dr. Victor Langon for his continued support, involvement, and commitment to make sure we selected the topics of interest to us, and also locating and identifying and getting us the right speakers for this occasion. Thank you, Dr. Victor. And a big thanks again to Dr. Vijayratne for taking the time off from your busy schedule, I know, and making it possible to be here today with us. And we are all looking forward to your presentation on climate change, which is the biggest challenge we are facing today. And we are looking forward to your suggestions on how we can mitigate the effect of this climate change. Ours is a marginal, non-traditional area, and this is something that we are looking forward to. I would also like to talk about Dr. S.J. Anke Gowda, Principal Scientist and Head, ICAR, Indian Institute of Spices Research, for speaking on the topic of pepper interplanting in tea and coffee, because this is going to help us in increasing our revenues in tea fields by taking on this bold step forward. And we are looking forward to hearing about the recent developments in the new, the new strains of pest resistant and disease resistant and drought resistant varieties of pepper that you would be proposing, also with how we can maximize our output and keep our plants healthy. Thank you, Dr. Anke Gowda. Then, of course, a presentation by Dr. Victor Lango, which is going to address our labor shortage that we are having as a challenge. And he's going to talk about preparing the existing fields to the change in architecture of tea plants and make it suitable for mechanized harvesting. This would not only reduce the labor involvement, but would also ensure that the tea crops do not decline when we go in for mechanized harvesting. And the final fourth presentation will be by Dr. Rajkumar, soil chemist, who would make sure the soil amendments with the recent developments which have happened to make it sustainable tea production in the coming years. These are the challenges which we are going to address in this particular topic. And in the next 2 or 3 minutes, I'd just like to dwell, because we have a lot of young planters who have come into our tea industry. Despite the challenges we face, I can assure you that we face these challenges. We are sure to overcome it with the support of Upasi TRF, all the eminent scientists we have. And I see there is definitely a bright future for the Karnataka tea industry, despite the climate and other factors. What gives me this confidence is that one is, of course, India being one of the largest tea consuming countries, even though we are the 5th, 6th largest growers of tea, 80% of the tea is consumed in India, and it's only going to grow further. And having, as a planter, having a mixed crop is always an advantage for us. Having tea and coffee is always a benefit. So I request all my fellow planters to continue with tea. There are challenges, but definitely will overcome it. The other big positive takeaway from this is Karnataka is one of the highest yielding tea districts in South India. And to be more accurate, we have tea estates amongst our members who are harvesting 3,500 to 4,000 kgs of hectare of made tea, which is something fantastic. And we all aspire to increase our output further. The third thing is some of the estates have been able to realize much better prices, some of the, comparable to the top estates in South India, which gives me the confidence that the inherent quality of the tea grown in our fields, if we are able to harvest it well and process it properly, we can still get the highest tea prices which are possible, which is another good factor going into the future. And the other point is the low pest infestation. Thanks to our harsh climate, I think pests are also finding it difficult to survive here. So we can market ourselves as a pest-free tea, which is going into the future, would also be an advantage. And with these main factors, I was also talking to Dr. Victor Ilangon about ultra high density planting, which can give us double the yield that we are getting today. And I've seen some planters when I went to Upasi who have started this. We'll visit their estates. We can expect double the crop. And with mechanization built into these planting standards, we can make the labor requirement also fraction of what it is. I see a bright future. I'm very happy to see so many young planters today in the crowd here, young managers, young staff. And I'm sure in the years to come, when we face these challenges, of course, there's a lot of hard work, but definitely there's a bright future. With this introduction to today's session, can I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. S. Appadurai, to give the Chief Guest address to the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. A. Arvind Rao, Convener KPA-T Committee, Dr. M.A. Vijay Ratne, Head Tea Research Institute, Ratnapura, Sri Lanka, Dr. S.J. Anke Gowda, Principal Scientist and Head ICAR, IISR, Madikere, Dr. Victor Elango, Director, Upasi TRF, Valparai, Upasi TRF Scientists from regional offices, General Manager, Gumin Khan Estate, Mr. Alok C, Distinguished past KPA Chairman, Senior Planters, KPA-T members, managers and staff of member estates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy to attend this conference. This has given an opportunity to observe the tea conference and get to know the tea industry, the research undertaken by Upasi TRF, the tea situation and tea issues in Karnataka. The tea industry too, like coffee, is going through a financial crisis. Though the tea prices are out of the low price regime, the high cost of production over and above the tea prices is making the tea sector unviable. This has needed to achieve high productivity in the tea plucking, which has become a great challenge. I learned that to overcome this, COP mechanical harvesters have been used, but there is no incentive fixed for mechanical harvesters. Tea growers have to generate alternate sources of income apart from income received from tea. So growing of intercrop like pepper, cardamom, floriculture and other revenue generating mixed crops assume importance. It is appropriate that this conference has included a presentation from Dr. Anke Gowda, who's the most experienced and senior scientist who will advise on you on interplanting pepper in the tea estates. This has been a success in coffee plantations, which compensates poor yield and low prices. Tea gardens are located in the most scenic areas in Karnataka and have the potential to attract tourism like in other states. Regarding tea issues, the Tea Board has issued a circular making mandatory to route 50% of tea manufactured through public auction centers. This is regressive as the grower has to decide whether he should sell his tea to get better prices. All efforts have to be made to withdraw this condition by the Tea Board. I recall KPA had met the executive director of Tea Board Kunur, Sri Balaji at Kunur, and brought to his attention the tea issues in Karnataka. He also had a meeting with Karnataka tea growers at KPA. He was very receptive to the tea issues in Karnataka. I suggest we have to regularly take up tea issues with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Tea Board Head Office, Executive Director, Tea Board Kunur, and others. I would like to inform the members that the coffee KPA had a meeting recently with the Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry. The meeting was arranged with representatives of various coffee organizations by Mr. Boje Gowda, Chairman Coffee Board, and Mr. KG Jagadisha, Secretary and CEO Coffee Board, with Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry. The highlights of the meeting and discussions were restructuring of repayment periods of coffee loans. The minister assured that this will be taken up at the next budget. He immediately spoke to the agricultural secretary in favor of increasing the limit of interest subvention of 3 lakhs for small farmers. A plea was also made to amend Section 31I of the Surface Act to exclude plantations. The Honorable Minister spoke to the RBI Governor and recommended to the RBI Governor to view growers of tea, coffee, and spices in a more benevolent manner as farmers. The point of finding a solution to deal with the century-old white stem borer menace in order to make growing Arabica more viable was brought to his attention. He had requested the Coffee Board Research Wing to treat this as priority and speed up research to solve this menacing issue. We had also made a representation to him to increase allocation of funds for the developmental schemes of the coffee board. A revision of coffee chicory labeling standards he had assured to assist with action with the FSSAI. The most important point mentioned by the Honorable Minister was coffee, tea, and spices are most likely to be removed from the Minister of Commerce and moved to the Ministry of Agriculture, as more funds would be available for research and other developmental works. This, although the growers said we were happy to continue with the coffee board, the minister assured us, telling the coffee board will not be closed and an export promotion scheme council would be set up to assist the exporters. He also assured us that amending the Coffee Act would be taken up immediately. A committee has been formed along with Dr. K.J. Jagdisha to review the Act of 1942 and implement new revisions at the earliest. It was decided to relook at the provisions of the Coffee Act and remove restrictive and regulatory provisions and to bring out a more simpler act with rules in its place. This was done to suit the present need of the coffee sector and facilitate its growth. With more rules in place, he felt it could be directly under his ministry and changes could be effected according to the times. On the export front, we had also brought up the issue of revision of raw depth for coffee and tea, which is at 1%, and pending MEIS was also taken up. He had requested to send our objections to the Anomalies Committee to resolve the matter at the earliest. The minister was, the points I'm mentioning these were to highlight the fact that the minister was extremely receptive to our request. The Honorable Minister was very receptive to our challenges, and his suggestion and encouragement boosts our morale and gives us hope that more changes can be gradually implemented to benefit us all, the coffee and the tea sector. In September, we also met Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, Honorable Finance Minister, and brought to her attention the financial crisis faced by the plantation industry due to 2 years of drought and 2 years of floods followed by the pandemic. We requested her to announce a financial package, restructuring of our loans and interest subvention. An exemption for plantations from the SURFACE Act was included in our memorandum. Please inform the current tea issues to KPA, and we will do our best to take up issues with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Tea Board, Upasi, and all those concerned. Karnataka, though it's a non-traditional area, I feel the Tea Board has to have an office in Chikmagalur district to look at grievances of tea owners, as most tea estates are located in Chikmagalur district. Though Karnataka is non-traditional area for rubber board regional office is established in Shimoga and offices in NR-Pura, Sagar, etc. There is a good scope for mechanization of tea operations in level areas. Tea productivity in Karnataka is among the highest in India. However, other issues like climate changes are resulting in heavy rainfall, floods, and landslides in recent years. There is erratic power supply which affects tea operations on field and in the factory. Though captive generators are installed, electricity tax is levied. We have requested the government of Karnataka to remove electricity tax on captive generators, and this has to be removed as tea growers use it for their purposes. Another option to generate more income is export of tea. It is bound to fetch better prices. Although 80% of tea is marketed domestically, export option also could be looked into if tea estates have volumes for export. Value addition in tea and tea retailing are other options to generate income. The Upasi TRF has released high-yielding tea clones and has undertaken abundant research in tea which has helped tea growers in achieving good production, productivity, and in producing quality tea. The periodic estate visits, advice, and monthly advisory sent by Advisory Officer Upasi TRF Koppa is of good help to our team members. The subjects of today's presentation are very critical, like climate change and its impact on tea cultivation by Dr. M.A. Vijayaratne, preparing the existing tea fields to improve the tea plants suitable for machine harvesting and to improve production. KPA is happy to be associated with Upasi TRF and tea estates in organizing the Area Tea Conference, which has been successfully held since the last 45 years. This conference helps our team members to improve their production, productivity, and preparing quality tea. I wish the 45th Area Tea Conference a great success. I am sure our team members and managers will make use of this opportunity and improve their production, productivity, and produce quality tea. I wish this conference all the best. I thank you all for inviting me to this Area Tea Conference held virtually for the first time and for giving me an opportunity to address you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Sir, Mr. Padore, for your very informative speech and for the knowledge sharing that you have done with us on the various developments that have taken place in tea and coffee. I thank you for this. Could I request Dr. Victor Alango to kindly give his talk on the recent developments that have taken place in the scientific area in Upasi TRF, so that they can introduce whatever are the developments over the last 2 years briefly to us so that we are aware of it. Please, Dr. Victor.
Thank you, convener Mr. Arvind Rao. Dr. Murugesan, please confirm that whether my slides are on full screen.
No, sir. You please on full screen, sir. It's view PPT version.
Is it okay now?
No, sir. Yeah, now okay.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to all of you, and a warm welcome to the Digital Area Scientific Conference of KPA 2021. And I especially extend my warm welcome to the senior-most planters, as well as the past presidents of Karnataka Planters Association, like Mr. Ramesh Rao, Mr. Ashok Kurian, Mr. Peter Matthias. So a warm welcome to you all, sirs. And I also welcome our enthusiastic tea convener, Mr. Arvind Rao, who has been instrumental in organizing this Digital Area Scientific Conference. And I also welcome the KPA chairman, all the members of KPA, Upasi advisor, Dr. P. Mohan Kumar, secretary, Mr. Sanjit, and all the other speakers, especially Dr. Vijayaratne from TRI Sri Lanka, and Mr. Dr. Anke Gowda from the Spices Research Institute, and my fellow scientists from Upasi. It's a report on the research activities of Upasi Tea Research Foundation that I'll be covering in the next 10 minutes. I'll be highlighting only the salient points of the research activities that has happened in the last 1 year period. Upasi Tea Research Institute is supported by external funding agencies like Tea Board of India, National Tea Research Foundation, and also some of the private companies who are interested in tea research, like Unilever's and other agrochemical companies. So they also support us for funding tea research that are being executed in Upasi Tea Research Institute. And we have completed 7 research projects till 2020. And we are continuing with 4 new research projects in different departments of Upasi Tea Research Institute. Mostly they are all funded by the National Tea Research Foundation. And it will take another 2 more years for us to complete this research projects. And during the last 1 year period, some of our research scholars as well as some of our permanent employees, they have completed their PhD program and then successfully got their PhD degree awarded also. And one of the important achievement of our Kunnur laboratory is that Kunnur laboratory, that is for our facility located in Kunnur for chemical testing, has got accredited for 2017 version of NABL in the month of October 2020. And in spite of the pandemic situation, we were able to successfully complete our Tea Golden Leaf India Awards. And the institute and our advisory centers are regularly sending meteorological information collected from different centers. And we are also sending our monthly advisory circulars to all the member states in South India. And we are also issuing our newsletter to convey the laboratory findings so that it reaches the members of UPASI. The lab to land program is actually done through publications as well as through frequent meetings, training programs. So our newsletter, research highlights, and annual reports, besides monthly circulars, through that we always disseminate the knowledge that has been generated from the Tea Research Institute to the member states. And coming to the developments that has taken place in the Botany and Plant Improvement Division of UPASI Tea Research Institute, we have completed a study in the nursery, in one of the large corporate sectors in the Annamalais, to investigate the use of sand instead of river sand to propagate vegetative cuttings. Since the river sand availability is becoming scarce now, and it's also, the price is very high with a lot of restrictions in transport of river sand, a study has been carried out by using sand instead of river sand, and we were able to successfully raise vegetative plants, clonal plants. For example, this is the purple tea variety TRI 2043, which has been successfully raised through a combination of sand and black soil. And this is one of our other tea clone, UPASI 9, which was successfully raised using sand as one of the growing medium. And in one of our research projects, we were able to identify 4 selections that are resistant to blister blight. These were developed through different crosses. By crossing different parental combinations of some of the popular tea clones, we were able to raise 4 blister tolerant selections, and that are under evaluation. And in our plant breeding program, we were also able to identify a few of the high yielding varieties, and that were compared with the moderate yielding or average yielding tea clones, and they were always superior to the moderate yielding tea clones in terms of vegetative vigor. And one of our successful breeding program is to cross some of the South Indian tea clones with the introduced tea clone from Japan, Yabugita, and that was useful for us to identify some of the drought tolerant selections through breeding program. And from the picture, it's clearly visible. Anybody can visibly see the difference between a drought susceptible selection that is drooping and how the drought tolerant or the hardy selections are vegetatively raised clones or selections that are growing vigorously even during the dry season. And similarly, our clonal selection program to identify some of the selections that are rich in anthocyanin for the production of purple tea, that also has resulted us to identify a few of the anthocyanin rich selections, and one is outstanding in its high anthocyanin content when compared to the existing clones that has got average level of anthocyanin. So this could be one of the product diversification program that if the tea industry wanted to pursue further to promote purple tea production. And in one of our plant improvement program, where we have crossed one of the highest quality clone, known for its high grown orthodox high quality character 6017 with another Upasi 8, a moderate quality clone. When these were crossed, the resulting F1 progenies were identified to be rich in catechins, polyphenols, and amino acids. So these selections that were raised through these crosses will be useful to release clones that are high in quality. Similarly, we were also able to identify 20 progenies that are tolerant to drought, and these are all the crosses between Upasi clones and the introduced Yabagita tea clone, and they are able to withstand drought even during the peak of the dry seasons. And we were also able to develop a new planting design. We have designed a new spacing to accommodate more number of vegetatively propagated plants, clonal plants, up to 25 to 27,000 plants per hectare, which is otherwise known as the ultra high density planting. That will be useful for the future replanting program, and the fields that are replanted through this modified spacing will be highly suitable for wheel mounted harvesters as well as handheld two-man operated or single-man operated tea harvesters. In such a way, this has been designed, and this ultra high density planting method has been tried in various places in some of the progressing tea estates located in Annamalais as well as in the Nilgiris. This has been tried, and we were able to successfully raise plants, and they are all now in the first year or in the second year of age from planting. And similarly, the plants that were raised through this ultra high density planting were trained differently through multi-stage tipping. When compared to the conventional method of two-stage tipping, this multi-stage tipping is useful to promote more number of lateral branches and then convert the tea plants to suit for mechanization in a very short period of time. So in the picture, you can see the young tea plants that were trained by multi-stage tipping are already have developed a good canopy that can withstand mechanical harvesting even from their fourth year from planting. And these are some of the pitting machines wherever the land is suitable for even for a tractor to take pits through these tractor mounted earth augers were tried, and wherever the land is not suitable, where there is the terrain is steep, then they were tried with the motorized earth augers that are either single man operated or two man operated earth augers, and they were evaluated for both for infilling as well as for the replanting program. We have also tested a two-man operated harvester with a curved blade, because in some of the developed nations, the canopy is converted into a dome-shaped plucking surface to increase the density of the crop shoots and to increase the plucking surface. So we have tried a two-man operated harvester with a curved blade, and we have studied how the canopy is modified from flat shape to a dome shape using these curved blades. Thereby, in a given area itself, we will be able to increase the productivity by increasing the number of crop shoots in a unit area. And coming to the chemistry division, which is functioning from the regional center of Kunnur, a few important experiments were carried out during the year. One is that efficacy of calcipril as an alternative to dolomitic lime. So the conclusion is that there is no yield increase due to application of calcipril wherever we have carried out this experiment, but definitely calcipril is useful to adjust the soil pH, something similar to dolomitic lime. And similarly, we have also carried out a study on the use of potassium shonite as a source of potassium. And this has been tried both for ground application as well as for foliar application. But unfortunately, due to the high cost, potassium shonite application through ground is not economically feasible to follow, whereas it can be 1% potassium shonite can be recommended as a foliar application, as a foliar nutrient to replace muriate of potash. So this has been the research finding on this, and that is what is concluded. And we have also tested Gynexa, a product based on orthosalicylic acid as a foliar nutrient. And this has been tested in the field in some of the member states in Kunnur. And similarly, we have also tested a potassium source from molasses known as Paris potash from molasses, PPFM, to replace the source of our commonly used source of muriate of potash. And this is also found to be very useful, which can be a useful alternative for the future instead of MOP. And for the Tea Board of India, we have completed a research project, a short-term research project on converting the tea waste into useful biofertilizer by composting technology. And we have used different media to quickly decompose the tea waste by incorporation of different materials like muriate of potash, wood ash, rock phosphate, vermicompost. And then the studies are just concluded. And coming to the experiments on control of blister blight and grey blight management, a very useful combination, tebuconazole with trifloxystrobin, which is otherwise called as Nativo, has been tested, and then it is found to be useful to replace the existing recommended chemical hexaconazole. And this has been recently included in our plant protection code of Tea Board also, which can be, once the MRL levels are cleared, MRL fixation is over by FSSAI, this particular compound can be used to control both blister blight as well as grey blight. And we have also evaluated another product for the control of blister blight and grey blight, known as Sophia, which is a combination of hexaconazole and carbendazim. And the same project on converting tea waste into useful biofertilizer. Here, actually, the biofertilizers were arrived by decomposing technology using the trichoderma, different strains of trichoderma, to convert the tea waste into useful biofertilizer. So this project is also successfully completed last year. And coming to the entomology, years. So the priority was given to the control of tea mosquito bug. And then we have also tried two different combination of the existing chemicals to reduce the chemical load and also to reduce the MRL levels in made tea. Combinations were also tried, and some of the useful combinations were identified. And we are also continuing with our research on evaluating new coded formulations against red spider mite, against tea mosquito bug. And the laboratory, entomology laboratory, is also culturing and supplying a lot of predatory insects against tea mosquito bug as well as against red spider mite, and that is regularly supplied to the member states, basically from those who are in Annamalai as well as in Vandiperiyar. And coming to the pesticide residue division, basically the division activity is to test the residue levels in the made tea, and we have also tested some of the new chemicals like phenazoquin for its MRL levels, and a combination of phenazoquin plus bifenthrin. And another new molecule that has been tested for its MRL levels is flubendamide. And basically the pesticide residue laboratory is analyzing the made samples for regular survey of MRL levels in the made, as well as they participate extensively in the Tiglia sample analysis for quantifying pesticide residue, heavy metals. And they have also developed a methodology, new methodology to analyze keratoxin methyl, a new fungicide that is being tested in the pathology laboratory. And due to the frequent inquiry on the MRL levels of glyphosate, both in black soil and water, this has been regularly tested. The level of glyphosate in made tea, in soil as well as in water samples, that is regularly tested from different places. And this has been proved that if glyphosate is applied properly for weed control, there is no detection of glyphosate in tea, soil, or in water. And coming to the tea technology laboratory that is located in Kunnur, the laboratory is mostly concentrating on the analytical service to the members by analyzing the regular tea samples voluntarily sent by the estates, or sometimes whatever samples are sent for Tiglia analysis, all the quality parameters are checked by the tea technology laboratory. And then the recent research activity of the laboratory, this is for to meet the requirement of tea board, the biochemical changes that is taking place after harvest, and especially during the transit from the field to the factory, that has been studied extensively. And another important project that has been completed by the department is on flavor addition of tea. The laboratory has studied different additives, different flavors, like starting from cardamom to ginger. There are about 14 of the different flavors that has been studied, both by Upasi Tea Research Institute as well as by the Toklai Tea Research Institute, Assam. And we have identified that up to 5% level, when these artificial flavors are added, there is no change in the quality parameters of black tea. So with this, I complete my report on the research activities of Upasi Tea Research Institute for the last 1 year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Victor Alanguan. I think we made a small error on the scheduling of this. I also did not realize you had so many research projects to share with us. But I think this is what is going to be the future. With your support on the various research and continued, support to the tea industry, we are definitely going to not only survive the challenges we are facing, but into the future, I am sure we're going to grow and prosper. Thank you, Dr. Victor Lang. And what I would now request is for you to kindly conduct the technical session. I hand over the charge of this Zoom meet to you to conduct the technical session. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Now I extend my warm welcome to Dr. M.A. Vijayarathne, heading the Tea Research Institute of Sri Lanka, Low Country Station, Ratnapura, to present his topic on climate change and its impact on tea cultivation. Welcome, Dr. M. Vijayarathne.
Thank you very much. And greetings from Sri Lanka for the 45th of Area Scientific Conference of the Karnataka Plants Association. And actually, I must at the outset thank Dr. Ilango, the director, KPA-Area, and Mr. Arvind Rao, the convener of the Karnataka, inviting me to make this very important. Okay, so I mean, this is second presentation in 2002. I have done a similar present to the Planters Association in Tamil Nadu. So, Dr. Ilango, can I share my screen?
Please,
Yeah, sure,
please,
definitely.
Dr. Vijayarathne, you can share your screen, please.
Can you see my slides?
Yet to be seen, but we are getting a message that you have started screen sharing.
Because here a lot of thundering, there could be some disturbances. Can you see it now?
No, not yet. Maybe you can close it and then try to share once again.
Okay.
Have you opened your PowerPoint, sir? Have you opened your PowerPoint? Have you opened your PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah, sure. Yes, for a minute.
We are getting the message, but slides are not seen.
I think it may be a little slow, Victor. We'll just hold on for half a minute.
Yes.
It's not yet here.
One suggestion I have, I think the bandwidth's a little low. Maybe he can send his slides to someone and then they can share and then just talk on audio.
Okay. Last time that I have shared, and of course I see problems with the.
Even your audio is coming a
And
little distorted, Dr. Vijayarathne.
Yes.
Okay, we can see it now.
Yeah.
You can.
Now its slides are visible. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So discuss today the subject of climate change impacts on tea and adaptation strategies, and that's the subject that is by the Karnataka Planters Association, and it's me a great pleasure for
No, we can see your video. Slides are visible, but your audio is
Okay,
not
I will
continuous.
stop my video. Can you see this slide?
Yes.
There is a bandwidth issue.
Oh, gentlemen, I think first we will see how sensitive the tea crop to the climate. And as you all know that ideal weather conditions for tea, if you really think about annual rainfall and temperature, it's about 2,500 to 3,000 meters per year. The temperature, the ideal temperature is around 18 to 25 degrees centigrade. And the critical climatic conditions are given here. Generally, the temperatures less than 13 degrees centigrade and also the temperature above 30 degrees centigrade are detrimental to the growth of tea. To really see under our conditions, the rainfall which is less than 1,200 millimeters per year is really critical for growth of tea. Keeping that in, we will see the present climatic conditions of tea growth regions. Now here you can see in Sri Lanka, low country, mid country, and up country. To really see the elevations, I mean the low country, of course, our temperatures are around 28 degrees, about 24. Up country, higher elevations, more than 1,200 meters, it is about 60. So you can see that now the low country, the temperatures, the low country temperatures are above the ceiling temperatures or higher temperatures, that is ideal for tea. But if you really see like it in Sri Lanka and India, you have a different seasons, distinctive seasons. Assam, Nilgiris, Darjeeling and Himachal, I think your area comes under Nilgiris. And you get really distinct seasons, climatic seasons, that is winter, summer, southwest monsoon and post-monsoon. And there the temperatures are varying in these different climatic seasons. So now I would like to discuss with you a little change. What is climate change? Actually, it can be simply defined as the significant variation of climatic conditions prevailed over a long period. I mean, we are comparing the temperatures day with averages over a 10 or 50 or 30 years period. Generally, it is taken as 30 years period. And in this particular slide, you will see that the temperatures or the anomaly or the increase of temperature from the pre-industrial era, that means about 1850s to 1960s. And from the 1960s, you can see there's a significant increase in temperature. At present, it has gone up to about, say, 0.3 or 4 degrees higher than the pre-industrial era temperatures. So what is the cause of this climate change? It is actually the anthropogenic emissions of greenhouse gases. So simply understand this picture. You can see what sunlight. Heat. And then really causing what's happening here. The greenhouse gas barrier to the outgoing long wave radiation or infrared radiation. So this is the climate change or global. Our contribution to this global that forest fires here. In addition, special nitrogen stress oxide. In addition, you close system. You will see the air at present. And of on to about CO. Not only that, and also the nitrous oxide levels so this is for future that from this What
Dr. Vijay Ratne? Hello? Hello?
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, now we can hear you, but
Yes,
what
sir,
I
audio is
suggest is, if you can send your slides by email to me, maybe
Yeah.
I can share from here, and then we, even with a very low bandwidth, maybe your voice may be clear to us.
Okay. I will. How can I send it to you by email now?
Please, by email.
Okay, I will do it. I'm sorry.
I'm in touch with, I'm Anil, our secretary. I'm in touch with you. Can you send to Karnataka planters at gmail.com?
Anil,
I have this Dr. Ilango's email with me.
Okay, sir. Okay,
Anil, that will
sorry.
be fine, please.
Definitely.
By email now?
Please, by email.
Okay, I will do it. I'm sorry.
I'm in touch with, I'm Anil, our secretary. I'm in touch with you. Can you send to Karnataka planters at gmail.com?
I have this Dr.
No, let him send it to my email ID. From here, I will screen share.
Dr. Victor.
Yes.
Hello. What happened is that is ME.
And we can,
Okay, I will do it. I'm sorry.
Slides are only they can send it.
I'm in touch with our secretary.
Dr. Victor, I think the bandwidth is low. Do we want to try it later? You can go move on to the other presentation and come back. Is it be better?
Yeah, I would also think so. Dr. Ilango, I think until such time that I send it to you, we will start the next presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Vijay Ratne. And then I'm sorry for this technical issue. I think the bandwidth is very low in Sri Lanka, Ratnapura. So that is why he is not able to properly speak and then properly screen share. So may I request now Dr. Anke Gowda to start his presentation, please. For this technical. Yes, your slides are visible, Dr. Anke Gowda. Please continue. Dr. Anke Gowda, your slides are visible. You may please continue.
Sir, he is muted, sir. Ask him to unmute, sir.
Dr. Anke Gowda, I think you have to unmute and speak.
Okay. Yeah. I got it. First of all, I thank the Upasi who invited me for the presentation, Alango sir, and also Kumarugan, and then I thank my director who is asked me to present the work done in our institute. Actually, basically, I am located in Coorg, Karnataka, and then I work with most of the coffee and tea plantations in Karnataka. Maybe our interesting crops are pepper, cardamom, clove, nutmeg, cinnamon, ginger, turmeric. These are all our spice, our main mandate crops. Our institute is located in Calicut. People would have seen this institute. We have a well-developed laboratories, and then we have a Perunamuli farm. And then also Apangala is a small station. Mostly we concentrated earlier on the cardamom. And then later on we become a regional station. We work with all spice crops. Mostly we work nowadays on pepper. Pepper and cardamom, our major crop, along with ginger and turmeric. So this is one farmer, Mr. Jairaj. When I joined this institute as a one planter who supported all our activity, whatever we want to work with pepper, coffee, based cropping system. And then this estate was done well, mostly around 10 to 12 years. And then we harvested a good crop by adopting all scientific technologies we developed. And then pepper grower is a sky is a limit. And then you can see this pepper garden in the right side. It is all like a sky is a limit. A farmer who harvests almost 60 to 70 tons pepper from 80 to 100 acres of land. And then each plant can yield around 20-25 kg pepper. Still last 10-15 years we are observing some of the blocks are still maintained in the same level. The most important thing they are given is a disease management by Bodo spray, and then nutrient management, and then irrigation management are the key factor of production in pepper. So come to the climate, already like warm humid climate, tropics are the best climate suitable to pepper. So mostly the tea gardens comes under cool humid climates and then misty areas. So that is a problem normally tea garden spaces. Physiography is undulating hill slopes or plains are the normal. Of course, tea garden comes in the hilly slopes. Elevation is around 300 to 1,400 meter mean sea level. So rainfall is around, we have a well distributed rainfall, and also the mostly tea gardens having higher rainfall areas. Temperatures are little lower in the tea gardens, otherwise 15 to 35 degree temperature, it suits well. Humidity is our 90 to 95%. Of course, higher humidity only creating a problem in tea gardens. So otherwise, the humidity in the tea gardens are better. We need a well-drained sandy loam soils. A pH should be around 4.5 to 6.5. Most of the pH of the tea gardens are lower. So pepper need little towards the neutral pH for its good growth and development. Come to the production scenario. India is producing around 50 to 65,000 metric tons from the almost 1,37,750 hectares area. So that is what it is almost relatively constant. There is an area correction in the middle after 2015. And then our estimated yield is around 60 to 65,000 metric tons. And then come to our important exports. The issue is today we are the net importers of pepper. Maybe due to some administrative reasons, people import more pepper than they export. So the imported pepper, normally it will mix into the quality pepper and then they re-export. That is one of the hypotheses. Another is our exports are good based on the need. They do export, but imports are re-exported. That is another issue lying with the pepper prices. Why the pepper prices are crashed in India. from 700 to 300. That was the major is the imports. So we could not, of course, a lot of regulations were brought in, and then some things are implemented. Still that exercise is going on. Planter, then the ministry interactions are on. Then come to the system of cultivation is pepper is cultivated in homestead. Monocropping in valleys are better. Mixed crop in tea, coffee, cardamom, and forest trees, higher elevation. This is what most of the planters are located. Tea, coffee gardens are in the little higher elevations. So this is our mixed crop. This is one of the highly profitable crop, mixed crop we can see compared to other mixed crop. And then the pepper can be grown with coconut, arecanut plantations on the lower altitude and also in the plains. Then bush pepper also can be grown. These are the pepper cropping system we can see in the different areas. Is it audible? Hello?
Yeah.
Is it audible, sir?
Yes,
It's
yes,
very clear.
perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, please go ahead. It is audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So come to the pepper in tea plantation. I think these are all the maybe little early photographs from the Wayanad region. The pepper was like this in Wayanad, and then later on it came down. Pepper and tea is a very good cropping system. The problem with when the pepper and tea has an intercrop, few plantation is harvested a good crop of 5 to 10 kg per vine. I one of the estate I visited in my career, the best was a Mayfield estate of what you call HML plantations. They were harvesting a good crop. Maybe we are the part of the what you call yield estimate for the crop. Maybe 4 or 5 years we given the yield estimates, and then the estate went to up to 1 crore. As an auction. Earlier it was for 30 lakhs when we estimated a yield, and then they've interacted with the farm, the planter management and all. So then they put up the around 30 metric tons of pepper from the Mayfield estate. That is my experience with the pepper, pepper in tea. It was the best estate I seen over a period. And then the tea issue, pepper and tea issue is shade decreases the tea yield in the issue. So if you have a higher the shade to grow pepper, your tea yields are coming down. That is the reason the pepper gardens, they try to remove the shade. Of course, Tamil Nadu government, there was a restriction on shade lopping away even the tree grown in the tea estates. So I was telling them, if you remove the shade, you can increase your pepper yield. That was the issue they were raising. Otherwise, there is a plenty of light is available. The pepper practice, your tea practices normally go well with the tea. And then only thing is you should have a population. One of the lacuna of the tea gardens of our present situation is the number of shade trees are reduced, and then the number of pepper vines and the shade trees are not there. So only thing you have to increase your population to increase the tea pepper yield and also the total income of the tea gardens with the pepper. So already the Nilgiris come to the rainfall trend, and Nilgiris rainfall is slightly decreasing. The Kodugu where we analyzed it is almost constant, not much variation, big variation in the rainfall area. But Wayanad, the total rainfall is over a period, it is decreasing. So Idiki also, it is slowly decreasing. That is the trend. A small decrease in the decreasing trend has been observed in the rainfall distribution, even in Nilgiris and also Wayanad and Idiki. So it indicates that the higher elevations are going to dry up. That is what the climate change per se. And then your humidities are coming down, and then that is the reason the pepper not able to withstand unless you cope up with this the moisture like mulching, and then also the basin irrigation to pepper. So saving the pepper garden in that open areas are relatively tougher job. Come to the temperature. Temperatures are also, there is a small rise in the temperature in the areas, not very high. There is a positive increase in temperature has been noticed when you studied some 15 years rainfall, temperature trends. This is one of our project. Our scientists published one of the paper. The umbrella level rainfall is decreasing, T maximum is increasing, T minimum is increasing. The productivity is decreasing. That is what to be noted. The productivity of a pepper vine in Wayanad is all very thin, and then yields are not going up. Pampadapura Idiki district also, the rainfall is decreasing, T minimum is increasing, the productivity is increasing. This is one of the positive point for Idiki. So if you want to increase productivity, so even though the minimum temperature is increasing, that is leading to increase in productivity because of crop advantage of pepper. So that is what Calicut, of course, the temperature is decreasing, yield is decreasing, Panur decreasing, yield is decreasing, Trichur, all other area except the high altitudes, the increase in temperature, it is increasing the productivity is one of the positive note studied, and then we reported one of the paper. Of course, these are all the tea gardens. So you can see the population tree are there, pepper is we have to search where the pepper vines are growing. So there are a lot of trees. We need to plant pepper and then establish. So here is, I feel is people should take care, plant pepper and then establish it. Take care the minimum agronomical practices to establish, put up more energy and investment on the establishing the pepper is the key. So the soil fertility issues are soil pH. As you know, soil pH is acidic, and then organic matter contents are decreasing. Balanced nutrition need to be done. And then this is what most of the data of 4,000 samples in Wayanad, one of the project our scientists studied, and then they told most our soils are mostly the Wayanad soils are mostly acidic today. So most of majority of the soils are acidic, and then organic carbon percentage is coming down, and then P is increasing. So majority of the soil is more than 100 kg P. P applications is increasing. Continuous application of NPK fertilizers, especially complex fertilizer, made the P to increase in the soil. Of course, K is low to medium. This can be taken care. So the studies reports that 90% of the soils are acidic, and then about 72% of soil sample in Wayanad are P levels are high. So that need to be corrected. Of course, K is medium. Deficiency of sulfur, zinc, boron observed in 30% of soil sample. So here we have to concentrate on taking care of micronutrient on the secondary and micronutrient, and then also P can be reduced, and then the lime need to be applied. These are some of the vines when we come across in the Wayanad itself, especially in Mayfield, very big vines with a very old canopy architecture. Even though they looks the low yielder, the yield was 10 to 15 kg dry per vine. So it indicates they are all survived with all the troubles, and then they survived. So these are the maybe made as a planting material, and then increase your canopy in your plantation, pepper canopy in your plantations, or some of the key factor can be adopted. So tips for the pepper cultivation in tea is our experience with Mayfield, HML, few plantation visit to Nilgiris, Kottanadam plantation, Devan plantation, Tata tea, Valpara etc. Plant pepper to all trees in a tea plantation by providing space for planting and light. This is most important. They need a space. You simply plant pepper along with your tea, and then it's not coming up. Sometimes you may need to remove one bush of what you call a tea, and then plant your pepper. See that it comes out of your tea gardens, and then manage it. That is what it is required, so that you can bring up the population. Varieties, as per my knowledge, Panur 1 is the best variety for especially for higher light availability in a less misty areas. In misty area, plant IASR Tevam, IASR Girimunda, IASR Malabar XL, released based on elevation in tea plantation. These are all, I think these 3 varieties are released by evaluating at Tata tea, I think Munnar area. So it is Tata tea only they evaluated. These 3 varieties were released for different purpose. Tevam is Phytophthora tolerant, and then IASR Girimunda for higher elevation. So it done well. And the ISR Malabar XL is a bold. It is one of the hybrid having a bold seed. So these 3 varieties were released in the same evaluation. So these are the highly suitable. I mean, they're already located like Tevam is Tevamundi, Girimunda may be a local material in that area. It is coming up Karimunda type. Then Malabar Excel, of course, it is hybrid and then it done well in that area. And then we have a lot of other varieties called Ayesha, Srikara, Shubhakara. These are all Karimunda types. Neelamundi, it is a local variety in Idiki. Tevamundi, local variety in Idiki areas. Vainadan, there is a local variety. These are all they use. I mean, Teva Vainadan, I seen a lot of used wines are there even in Wainad. So they are also yielding well. On the canopy, if they have maintained a good canopy, they can get a better yield. Come to the planting and aftercare is the important. This is what I always feel that planters are not taking care of this particular aspect. Planting and aftercare is the really limiting factor of production of pepper in tea gardens. A timely irrigation is important. After planting, if you just leave it, it is not establishing itself. Timely irrigation is required after September. So, and then organic is to be given because your tea root system is so strong. Whatever you apply, it takes up, and then it won't allow the pepper to come up. So you need to give organic and also the small amount of nutrients, so that initial levels it will pick up and come, and then planting more number of cuttings for a same tree is also most important. And then lime application, as you said, tea prefer the acidic period. But what to do is, in that particular zone up there within maybe a half a meter radius, you can apply lime so that the pepper establishes itself. So just to maintain a pH around 6.5, so that location, site specific issue. And then boosting the growth in first 2 years. This is what the Lacena I observed in the tea plantation. If they don't boost your growth of pepper, which is planted, maybe continuously you are planting, but you are not able to establish your population. So build the population is the key factor of production. Maybe you can have any weak plantation. You can go for a monoblock of pepper even in tea plantations also. So that this is a concept nowadays we are seeing in coffee plantations also. So if you have a farmer having 35 acres, 5 acres can be coffee may be removed and then planted with the pepper, and then you can have a monoblock. So tea also we can think of so that your estate income can be managed with managing both the crop. And then when we come to the Andamalais, some of the data I could gather over a period, I mean, maybe mostly Tata Coffee data. So our yields are increasing. Yield per vine is increasing. The pink line says the yield per vine is increasing. And then the crop, total crop may be decreasing. And then the crop, the crop is linear. And then linear number of vines is decreasing. That is the reason our crop per vine is decreasing. So you should not allow the vines to decay. This is 15 years data. If you study the last 5 years data, it becomes flattened. Now we are able to maintain the population in Tata Tea, and then as a result, we are maintaining the yield also. This is one of the slides just to say that population you have to keep. If you decrease your population, the yield will come down. So, and then the yield per vine is good. So whatever because light is available, you give irrigation to your tea also. Then lot of the cultural practices in tea, it helps the pepper also. So yield per vine is not bad, it is good. So only thing, and then come to the Glendronum plantation in Kodagu. So here is yield per vine is increasing, though the crop is also increasing. So, and then our population is also increasing. So that is what the crop, the number of vines we have to increase. As a result, the total crop also increases like 9 to 10 tons they are getting in these areas. It is linear. Increase the population, then increase your yield, and then this is what need to be done. This is what mostly these estates they adopted the planting of this IASR Thevam also because of the high area. So and then one of the good aspect of the Tata Tea, Tata Coffee is they started their own nursery. That is making a big difference in number of planting and then gap filling, then put up the more number of vines. Maybe within 5 years, they can jump the number of yielding vines to the more number. This is a small data. I just pull it on, and then this is maybe Tamil Nadu, where our crop per vine is around 2 kgs per vine, and then the population mature vine is around 23,000. the crop normally we are getting almost 30 tons from the anomaly estates, tea estates in general. So come to our varieties. There are a lot of varieties released by the institutions. There are made two good institutes working with pepper is Kerala Agriculture University Pepper Research Station Pannur. So far we released the Pannur 1 to Pannur 9. So they are all are suitable to the most of the areas. There's nothing wrong. Only Pannur 1 is highly suitable variety. So especially in the less shaded area like tea. But because of the mist, there is a mist problem. So we have to go for a little mist tolerant, anthracnose tolerant variety like even Pannur 3 will do. And like that. And then come to our institute variety called Subhakara. ASR is another major institute, scientists working on these crops in a big number. And then we also released almost like 8 to 9 varieties. And then earlier released varieties are like Subhakara, Srikara, or Karimunda types, Panchami, and then Purnami. Panchami is for higher elevation, less tolerant, tolerant to what you call leaf spot. So misty areas, this is one good variety. Purnami is yellow, tolerant to nematodes. So this is also a good variety because whenever there is exposure, nematode population builds up. Then that is also a good variety. And then Shakti is also Phytophthora tolerant variety. And then the high altitude itself, we have ISR Tevam, ISR Girimunda, Malabar Excels. So our the yields are quite, tree recovery is good. And then these are all highly suitable varieties. One of the lacuna I found with us is this variety, who has to produce all these cuttings to a required number is the question mark. Institution, we say we only give a nucleus planting material. So, and then next job is with a planter or a department to multiply. So as a department as such, we don't have a specific department for pepper. So horticulture departments are there. They have so many crops. So this is one of the crop for them. And then only as I feel the left out is a planter should take up this nucleus planting material from the institution, start investing on nursery, and then build up the population so that these whatever the released varieties for different advantages after Pannur 1 can come into the plantations. Otherwise, the available material in Karnataka or India is Pannur 1. People keep planting Pannur 1. Not wrong, keep planting. It is nothing wrong in that. It is a good variety. It yields well. Only the issues are especially on the tea garden. I saw the Phytophthora. Also, I saw the leaf spot. So come to pepper is, this is what I want to tell about the tea gardens. Come to the plant population, important is one of our friend is maintaining in coffee, Fayaz Mayasakuti, BB plantation. Most of the people visited this estate. So his strength is population, 200 vines per acre. So he produces 500 kg per acre and 60 to 100 metric tons. So this is when we have a population, the environment also play a role, but still over 5 years, if you analyze, his yields were good because he maintained the population. The next important point is establishing the pepper gardens, or even in Robusta or in a tea gardens. So you have to make a big pit so that cut all the tree, root system of our tea, make a little bigger pit, maybe 2 feet by 2 feet, 2.5 by 2.5, fill with more compost because today those soils are already grown tea for so many years. When you plant another plant, it's not responding. So you have to put more compost, 15 to 20 kg compost per a pit. Pruning of Robusta branches at least for 2 years. Here for a tea people, they have to prune or remove one of the tree bush and plant pepper. Whenever there is a tree, then the plant pepper in a multi-leader stem you should plant. So each plant, each tree you can plant 2, 3 or bags, maybe having 2 cuttings, like around 4 to 5 cuttings, and then take care for first 2 years so that it will make a good circular cylindrical canopy from the base itself so that it will grow well. So pepper need a care like every month. So we say, some of the planters say within every 15 days, if you take care, it will grow well. If you make a monthly take, at least it grows well. If you make a once or twice a year, it is not growing. So many times you are replanting same plant every year without taking care of the planted material. So one good thing with the planter is I salute them because they plant every year all the empty trees. So at least some survives, some comes up. So then we have a population, especially I am seeing in Karnataka, this is what is happening. That is a good job, but little more efforts for aftercare of the planted material is good. Protective irrigation in summer is very crucial. Making light available is very important in both tea and coffee. So that the growing tip is always active, it start growing and then it will put up more biomass and then it will come up after 3 to 4 years yield. Nutrient management, pepper need because your coffee or these tea root systems are so strong, and then they don't allow any other crop to grow except trees. And then this pepper is having very limited root system, so it is a shy root system also. So if you feed them and then they in the in situ way, then it will grow up well. And then another issue is insect pest management. You can see the thrips and then also scales on the small plants. If you spray enough the systemic insecticide, this can be managed. So this is one of the day one plantation. Initially, I interacted this plantation. It was with 7 tons. We brought up to 20-25 tons pepper. It is possible. Only thing is initially they given a very good stress for nursery. So nurseries were made in around up to 30 to 50,000 cuttings in their own plantations. Then they planted, their yield were doubled. I don't know what is the present situation, but when I was interacting, the yields were doubled, and then the money earned was also doubled or tripled. 3 times increase in the income of the estate of the pepper was observed over a period of 4 to 5 years. It is possible. Only thing is maintaining the population and then they are harvesting a good crop. And then this is what we have to do. Our problem with most of the tea gardens in maybe like our area like the Chikmagalur district and all is one thing is Phytophthora attack even small plant because of high humidity and also continuous rain. So initially itself we should take care of Phytophthora management on the young plant itself, like spraying Bodo, spraying metalaxyl mancozeb, so that it won't infect the small plants, because of continuous rain is the problem. So in the continuous rain, everything will change. Pepper that Phytophthora likes the rain and then the intermittent light, then it emerges very fast. And then we can see a lot of weak vines. This type of vines need to be removed and then replanted. And then that is one problem. And then the aftercare, lot of animal damages in the in tea gardens. There are a lot of like wild boars are there, and then what we call these Kadu Konaglu in it. So that also it is much in these areas. So that we have to protect that initial levels and then irrigate them properly so that they build up. Make your own nursery in that area and then start planting more number so that pepper can be established in tea gardens also. And then there is a lot of diversity, like Kerala, we have a lot of diversity in Karnataka, especially in the Sirsi and all. A lot of nursery peoples are there. People can buy material from Sirsi and then start planting. There is a wide variation, diversity in the cultivars, Malligesara, Sigandhini, Kurumalai. So many, there are 15 to 20. There are a lot of commercial nursery people. And then one good thing of this area is it is not looking yellow, not looking weak, a medium crop they are getting. So the plants are not exhausted. So the runners they are getting are quite healthy. And then the nursery plants are healthy. That is the one good thing I observed. So people can invest and buy material from those nurseries. They are all medium to small farmers. They are making nursery as a one commercial activity. We identified 10 to 15 nurseries even under what we call our nursery accreditation program from Directorate of Arecanut and Spices. So there's so many people got accredited their nurseries. So this is one good source of planting material. If they don't plant, they plant with yellow, taking a planting material from yellow plants, virus affected plants. So you can buy from other source also, you can plant. Otherwise, you should have a separate nursery. This is one of our nursery having, we have only Tevam and Arkapur Excel in particular nursery. So we are making a single nursery and like high-tech nursery for single variety. That concept, if you go, that is going to become a good chance for the building the population. So the trialist methods are there, serpentine method. Any of this method for runner production and also the rooted cutting production can be adopted. So people who are interested, they can come over to our institutions and then get them trained and then start acting on the production of nursery plants. Otherwise, this is one of the nursery established at by Dr. At Sirsi, Ganapati Ekades. He is no more now. In his name, they made a trust and then established the pepper nursery. And then they made the lot of cuttings with serpentine method or runner production method. Now we are going for a Tevam block, Shakti block, Purnami block. This is the concept need to be adopted. Otherwise, pepper is a pepper. It is not a varietal identity. So only Panur one, 90% of the population grown in most of the pepper garden is Panur one, because that is a one variety produces more runners and then it is available and then people are making nurseries easier. So each planter should have a nursery shed and then multiply the varieties and make the different blocks of pepper varieties so far released. All are yielding, and nothing wrong. All these varieties, if they give a good management, we can see in Sirsi now, all these are all yielding. All our varieties are evaluated and then they told they are best for that particular experiment and then only they released. And then you can use the top shoots wherever the available that can be planted directly, or you can plant to the pot in bags and then establish. They start yielding early. That is one good thing. Then all planters have top shoots in pepper in minefield. Cut at 8 to 10 node from the growing tip and plant and grow directly in the pepper gardens. Also directly to the tree. Also you can plant and grow. A top shoot production is the key factor in pepper. He is one of the farmer adopted the top shoot. He normally cut at his pepper at 20 feet height and then take a lot of top shoots and then raise nursery and also direct planting. Now he has a 10 acres of pepper with the top shoots. And then he also make a nursery, he sell a small quantity to the planter. His name is Sanjay. He is in Onkara, near Onkaravalli. So this is in Brazil. All the nurseries in Brazil are top shoots only. So they normally they have a top shoot production units. So and then from there they will take cuttings and then raise top shoots and they plant in millions. So come to the nutrient management. The normal recommended is there are two categories of soil: high fertility soil, low fertility soil, 50, 50, 100 NPK, 140, 55, 270. Mostly this we have adopted in higher elevations, 140, 55, 270 in gram per vine per year. So you can apply in May, June, 70 gram nitrogen, 50 gram P2O, 140 gram K2O. In September, 15 gram N, 140 gram. Don't take the mixed fertilizer and apply and then you get up into the trouble of P toxicity. That is has been happened. You can take straight fertilizer, mix into the recommended for each crop, then you apply. So because now applying these mixed fertilizers are easy, people are going, this creating a problem. And then the mulching, green mulch or mulching material need to be applied, and maybe first year 1/3, second year 2/3, a full dose from third year. This is general recommendation. So these are all deficiency symptoms of iron. You can observe zinc chlorosis and then zinc rosetting and then yellowing. Many of the plantation you can see yellowing nowadays. Even they are deficient in nitrogen. Magnesium, the intervenous chlorosis, potassium, the marginal necrosis. So all these are observed in the plantation. So our institute brought out the micronutrient mix technology. So by spraying this, the micro power, what we call ISR micro power mixer. So we are able to increase to yield by 30 to 35%. So we tried 5 gram per liter, September and October, May, June, before flowering, and then after the berry development, during berry development stage, September, October, if you see, you can increase 30%. There are 10 of the licensees are today in India. They are all supplying this micronutrient mixture in different names with our label. What is going to happen if you adopt the micronutrient spray? You can increase the liter weight of the pepper. So to export, the liter weight is important. Whenever we sprayed those estates, so our liter weight was increased. So site specific and farmer practice, if you see, around 30 gram liter weight was increased with the micronutrient application twice in a year. And then we also brought out the management of the root system with plant growth promoting rhizobacteria. The consortiums are as visible. They made into a tablet forms also. So these can be also applied to manage the diseases called biomix. That is called power mix. So just to brief it out, soil pH you can manage with lime application 500 gram to 1 kg based on acidity. Regular practice in alternate year is must. Organic manure, this is one of the lacuna nowadays in the plantation. People are not able to apply organic manure. 5 to 10 kg of FOM or compost or composted crop residue, biofertilizer or need-based application of N fertilizer to especially N requirement, and then soil health management. Organic manure is the key factor. P can be reduced. Most of the P, because of the easy application, people went for the DAP or 17-ol, 19-ol, 15-ol, all these combinations, and then they end up with a higher P level. So this can be reduced. Potassium we need to apply, so that you will get additional. And then also the potassium as a spray. Sulfate of potash up to 1 to 2% can be sprayed to keep the plant healthier. The calcium in the form of lime or dolomite application will take care. Magnesium is by dolomite you can take care, or magnesium sulfate 200 gram per standard. Micronutrient, where we have foliar application of black pepper special twice the flowering and pinnate stage. That will take care of nutrient part. Come to the productivity part is as we are studied, shade regulation is most important. The pepper need a light in April, May. So by March, shade regulation should be done in misty areas. If you do in April also, its effects are less. If you do it in March, immediately after harvest, along with the harvest, it will allow the light to pass on the canopy, and then they try to put up, go for a stress also. And then shade regulation, Arabica plantation, April first week. So, and then followed by the 40 to 50 liters per vine, the irrigation. Once in 10 days up to May 2nd week, it will boost the yield of a pepper. Arabica plantation also, first week of April, first week, we have to do shade regulation. Whatever you delay because of the lot of reasons. Last year, people could not get the labor. So even up to July, we could not do shade regulation. We can see very partial setting of the pepper. Still, we are not finding very difficult to estimate the pepper yield this now also, because very partial setting, and then very even the spiking is also very low. A lot of plants are not spiked also. So because the light was not available in the April month, 40 to 50 liters per vine we have to irrigate, and then up to May end it will take care in Arabica. Robusta, of course, we already have open places. I also feel the tea also, they can go in the May shade regulation, and then irrigation, blossom tea also they irrigate normally. So that will take care. 2 sprinkler additional irrigation if they give in Robusta, and tea also you can get a good crop. Maybe any method, maybe sprinkler or a drip or a hose, any method of 40 to 50 liter per week or 10 days. If you are able to put moisture, pepper will flower in June. If you delay flowering in June, you will have a setting problem. This is one of the trial we conducted in the misty area in Sandrecord Estate in Boikeri in Madikeri. So irrigated as the laterals are almost non-significant. A number of spikes were increased almost 3 to 4 times in irrigated pepper, and then rain fed compared to rain fed. The yield was increased 3 times by irrigating 10 to 12 days interval, 4 to 5 times by hose irrigation we did. Number of berries are also increased almost double, like 109 out of 152. Anthracnose incidence was reduced, almost 3 times reduction in anthracnose. So if you irrigate and then do a shade regulation, anthracnose also will come down. And then spike shedding was reduced almost 4 to 5 times. So because of late flowering, only spikes falls off. So if you make a plan to plant in June, you are best. And then you can do any job what you want, so that you will get your invested money will be back. After investing after June is not a good venture in pepper. April, May, you have to invest on pepper, shade regulation, irrigation, then nutrient application, and then after disease management from July onwards. This is what we tried in the higher elevation, like near Madikeri. This is Pramod Aleri. Aleri estate is near to Madikeri, Makandur zone. Normally, people were not getting pepper. So when we did a shade regulation in February, and then we stressed a plant in March, then March 15th onwards, we irrigated. And then we got the 3 tons yielding plants yielded 10 tons. This was repeated in Attivole, again the high elevation in Nanda Belliyappa plantations. The art of Chikmagalur for planters have visited this area. They felt it is possible. So lot of people we took there, and then people felt if you do hard work, even in higher elevation, by opening early and then providing irrigation, our problem can be solved, and then population can be built up with irrigation. If you plant and then if you don't irrigate your pepper plant, they are also not growing. So you have to provide light, you have to provide water for the planted pepper, so that it will build the population. These are the key factors of production we need to be taken care. And then we collected some data, even up to 3,562 feet, 1,100 feet, pepper yielding in Attivole, and then also in our Aleri. So above that, now peppers are planted. We have to see the further. Another one is this is one of the estate where our ISR Tevam, it is yielded 10 kg per vine. So the vine yield also is bigger. So that is Tevamundi type, which is ISR Tevam. And then Tata Coffee planted in thousands or in lakhs today. So those plants are greener compared to our Pannur one in the same location. This is in Bekke-Shodlur where high rainfall creating havoc on pepper gardens. So Tevam was survived there. And then come to our tea gardens. As you know, the tea summer there will be higher sunlight. The pepper are turning yellow. To avoid that, you can spray a lime. A 2 to 3% lime solution spray with potash. It will make white. Looks white, and then the plants are not turning yellow. This technology we already demonstrated in lot of planter field. Even tea gardens are also tried. It will helpful. The spraying a 3% lime, 2 to 3% lime, 4 kg lime in 200 liter of water with 2 kg potash. So 1% potash. So I mean SOP is better, sulfate of potash. So it will give a sun scorching protection and also summer damage. So to summarize, what are the activities to be done? In 2-time Bordeaux spray is very compulsory to manage the pepper garden, even in tea or a coffee. 2 times COC drenching, the root protection is most important, carbon dioxide, copper oxychloride, otherwise trichoderma. 1 time carbosulfan, nematode management is important. 1 time compost is very important to make the planter healthy. 3 time fertilizers, maybe that recommended fertilizer is split into 3 and then you apply. 2 time pepper special, that micronutrient special with 19 all can be sprayed. 1 time any insecticide, imidacloprid or dimethoate to manage the thrips and scales. Then trichoderma, VAM can be introduced. Summer irrigation. So this, if you start doing all this job, all your plantations can turn into green. And then this is the activity normally we suggest in Karnataka. People adopted, and many people made a good returns out of it. So our main problem in higher elevation, the pest is pollu beetle. So this, if you able to spray the neem oil or spray neem gold 0.6% during July, October, this pest can be managed. And otherwise, any systemic insecticides can be sprayed. The pollu beetle damage is like this. The second is leaf gall thrips. These are all the nowadays a growing tip is having this damage. So this can be sprayed with dimethoate 5% on tender flushes to manage this. Otherwise, the every tip is getting damaged, and then maybe sometime the burning effect is seen. This is a leaf gall thrips. People can be noted down. Another pest we observed in the most of the area is scales. The plantation plant become the all leaves will dry and then looks like open. So these are all the scales on the major leaves. So spraying with dimethiate or imidacloprid 0.1%, it will only you we recommend as spot spraying based on the observation of the insect. Then another in the dry areas like most of the plantation, we can see the termite attack. It will pull down. Of course, increase your management on irrigation. This all can be reduced. And then foot rot is another disease, normally creating a major problem in pepper gardens. So this is a symptom people can see and then observe. And then if the roots are dead and then whole plant looks yellow, and then the partial infection, we can see this level we can drenching with systemic insect fungicides you can manage. But when the all roots are dead, then we cannot manage this type of plantations. The main roots are dead that need to be removed, and phytosanitary measures need to be taken care. And then this is the so far the recommended management practice: drenching with copper oxychloride 0.2%, 5 to 10 liters per vine. Foliar spray with Bodo mixture. This is one well adopted, well accepted recommendations. The another one is in a where the moisture levels are low or low rainfall area. They can go for potassium phosphonate 0.3%, 5 to 10 liters per drenching, and also potassium spray. But low rainfall area, these recommendations are doing well. And then if they are with this, still if you find any diseases, you can go for metallized mancozeb 0.125%, 5 to 10 liters per vine drenching, and also foliar spray. And then our foliar spray of Bodo mixture 1%, potassium phosphonate 0.3%. So May, June, August, September, if monsoon continues. Okay, October. So viral disease of black pepper is also another issue. So this is what if you should not take any planting material from virus affected plant. These are the symptoms. Leaf spot is another issue. So leaf spot management by irrigation and shade regulation, we can manage it. And then slow wilt is another issue. So normally nematicide application, we can manage this disease. This is the nematodes. And then the polythene, while drying, you should cover with a polythene sheet so that your pepper looks black. And then first day, second day, you can dry openly. This is how nowadays to improve the quality of pepper. And then the 1 minute dip in water, boiling water, it also removes a lot of chemicals, and then so that it becomes free from insect and pesticides. And then we need a quality pepper, a quality specific varieties like density pepper. Bulk density should be around 520, so that you have to adopt the management practices, increase the base density, and also selective varieties which gives you higher bulk density and grow them. So India need, let us make Indian pepper as a specialty pepper. Thank you for listening. So thank you. Anybody want to contact me or email, you can mail to me. So this is my institute. We have a pepper app also. We are institute, all literature is available. Thank you for giving a permission and also listening to this talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anke Gowda.
Thank you, sir.
And we have 2-3 questions in the chat box. Maybe I will read it for you. We will be able to answer.
Okay, sir.
The question is from Mr. Arvind Rao. What are the cultural practices that can be done to control Phytophthora in our high rainfall area?
Now, one thing is the management of Phytophthora need a drainage. High rainfall area, the moisture should not be held in the pit. If you create a drainage, maybe a staggered pits wherever the pepper is there, it can drag the excessive moisture. Secondly, we have to adopt the copper oxychloride drenching, and then don't plant pepper in the pit. Try to plant maybe above the ground, so that the root system should not go very deeper. So that leads to the higher soil moisture levels. And then raised pit planting, and then the drainage, COC drenching, 1% Bordeaux. Whenever there is a infection, you have to go for the systemic fungicide like metalaxyl mancozeb or thiamidon mancozeb. These are the chemicals recommended. But as per my knowledge goes, manage them properly, and then with a good shade regulation, 1% Bordeaux spray in high elevation 3 times will protect the pepper. Normally, 2 times we recommend it. If you do 3 times, we can manage the Phytophthora infection in pepper. Next, sir.
There is one more question in the chat box. While planting pepper in tea field, how can we prevent spike damage while doing sprinkler irrigation during March or April?
No, this is a physical damage. You need not worry. Only thing is increase your pepper population. Maybe the small portion of the where it is hitting a tree, there will be damage, but it is not creating any physical damage, but it only removes the small portion of the where it is physically hitting. May not be a big problem, but keep doing it. The irrigation helps the pepper, and then only you should have a more number of population to get the better yield.
We will accept 1 or 2 questions from the participants.
Dr. Victor, I'll just...
Dr. Victor, Ashok Kurian, can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, please, sir. Please go ahead.
Dr. Anke Gowda, what is the outturn that we get from green to dry for pepper?
When dry recovery?
Dry recovery.
Dry recovery is around 30 to 33%, sir. Up to 35% it goes.
Now, this is on normal process, just harvesting fruit and then drying it in the drying yard.
Yeah.
30 to 35%.
Yeah, 30 to 35% based on, suppose if it is less than 28, don't harvest, sir. It is immature you are harvesting.
Okay.
First harvest, normally we are getting 30, 32. The last harvest will be 35, 36 and all is coming. Because
one more supplementary question, Dr. Victor.
Victor?
Dr. Mohan Kumar wanted to ask a question, please.
Yeah, Dr. Anke Gowda, I think I listened to your presentation well. You covered quite a lot of points. But
Thank
one or
you,
two
sir.
comments which I would like to make. See,
Yeah,
basically, any pepper is very suitable for coffee areas. But we have a lot of problems in growing in tea areas.
Sir, I have one query. I have one question. Today, pepper will be well grown in Northeast in tea gardens. They are going to outtake your pepper yield.
I am coming to that. I'm coming to that. See, I was a party in doing a selection in your Tevam is not in Munnar. It is in Valparai. Okay. And it's a mid elevation. But still, we don't have a very high elevation pepper available for areas like Munnar or Nilgiris. We will not have. That's one problem. But pepper is also having requirement of irrigation, which many of the tea areas we are unable to irrigate because there is a lot of competition between pepper and tea for pest management, your nutrition, all that is there. But I can tell you, I'm just coming to this only. Your Karimunda and Pannur is you must also collect some data. Northeast, it is doing very well. Is it during its short period when I was working there, we could introduce this in lorries and lorries we planted in all our Tata tea gardens, and it is one of the major income for those estates. It's doing very well, but they're managing it. But in South Indian conditions, many of the estates are in higher elevations where we don't have a really a suitable high elevation pepper available with us. So even Tevam is okay, but then that's a mid elevation, not a very high elevation if you can see. And another thing which I would recommend, Tevam is a phytophthora resistant. So I think you must propagate that in a big way. That's my request one.
No, we are making it, sir, but the requirement for individual is so big, unless the individuals are taken care, it is not pushing it into the plantation.
It's a high yielding as well as phytophthora resistant.
Phytophthora tolerant, sir. Okay.
Tolerant, yes, you are right, tolerant. And another thing is, this trichoderma is a very good material for your phytophthora. That's what we have observed earlier. 10% solution.
No, what is the continuous application has to be done.
Yes. But there are reservations in tea areas for planting pepper. But we can overcome all those.
No, there is one of our Dr. Venugopal was telling me that recently I had a visit. I did not put up our success stories of pepper in Areca. It is fantastically is going up well because of the involvement of people, involvement of an individual, a planter, so that he has to grow. He decided to grow means he started growing like anything. So sir was telling me that, okay, we trained people, everything, and Northeast people can adopt all these simple techniques like serpentine method. So increase the, now Tevam is built up even in Tevamundi, like built up in Northeast.
Even rapid
Karimundas are built
multiplication,
up in Northeast.
bamboo rapid multiplication also they are using.
Yeah. No, that is what people has to start accepting it, start doing it. And then all released varieties are not bad. All are tested and then only they released. So only your tea gardens, what I feel is still pepper is there in most of the tea gardens. So those line can be multiplied and then maybe increase. I visited Mayfield Estates long back. Even in a dry area, the pepper was good. It is a very old plantation, managed well with a minimum management. Like that, it will have a positive impact. Only increase your pepper population. So otherwise, like Wayanad, what happened? You see the history. Total population came down, yield came down, histories. But Karnataka, it is improving because of the involvement. Okay.
Okay, there was a question by Mr. Ashok Kurian. He wanted to ask another question. Hello.
Hello.
Dr. Victor, can I ask another question, please?
Yes, please, sir.
Dr. Ankegowda, wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
In the tea field out here, we have not planted more than 20% of our potential. It's even less. So to look at going to 100%, if you do, we may even do a party. But
no, that is what I tried to tell you. Give up your 10 acres of
question, doctor. Let me finish my question.
Yeah.
With the shortage of labor and the facilities that we have, the pepper or any ancillary crop gets a stepmotherly treatment compared to the main crop. So even if you plant at a pace of 15,000 plants every year, it does not cover the full acreage, because by which time mortality also starts setting in. So for what I would suggest that you need to do for us, that is a mixed cropping areas with large estates, large acreage, is to give a general practice which is not for an intensive cultivation. It has to be for estates like large areas where you can only plant in certain areas. After you plant, you have a 30% mortality. Then you don't go back to that area. Next year, you go to another area. In mostly all tea fields, we plant only during the pruning cycle. And we come back. And in my case, I don't say that for everybody else. The aftercare of planting, due to shortage of labor and the labor needed for either coffee or tea harvesting, gets less attention. So my suggestion may be for us, you should do a general practice which can benefit us, doctor. Thank you.
The general practices are quite simple, sir. Most of the pepper garden is a disease management, like 2 Bordeaux sprays, 2 copper oxychloride drenching, 2 times nematicide application, so that your plantation can be kept to the population maintenance. And then is increase the population is we have to increase the planting is one. Problem with the tea is only the what you call the pruning cycles only you can plant. But those 3 years, if you take care your pepper, like maybe as I say 30 to 40 plants per acre, if you manage so that your population will build up in your tea gardens without affecting your tea yield. But we have to build the population of pepper because it's a climber, it has to climb. So initial level nutrient supply so that the population builds up. Then you can go for the disease management, you have to go. Otherwise, the major loss is we are not able to put up money on the disease management. So once we grow 10 years and then when the disease comes, it will eradicate whole plantation. Then the spread is so fast. We cannot, even once a Phytophthora emerges in the estate, it can wipe out overnight. So that a result, the minimum practices we are already advocated that can be practiced. But population need to be built up. Without population building up, we cannot increase the yield of pepper in tea gardens.
Thank you, Dr. Anke Gowda. It was a
Thank
wonderful
you.
presentation, and you have covered almost all the cultivation practices of pepper. Thank you so much. And then, since we are running out of time, the questions that are appearing in the chat box, we will pass it on to the speaker, and then we will get it answered, and then pass it on to the participants. Okay, that will be done by our regional center, KPA. Now, we received the PowerPoint presentation of Dr. Vijay Ratne. So I will be screen sharing it from my laptop, and then I request Dr. Vijay Ratne to speak from his side.
Okay, okay, Victor, I'm ready.
Yes, yeah.
Victor, to save the time, shall we go to the maybe slide 8 or so to save time?
Yes, 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 yes. Yes.
Next one, please. Right, no.
Yeah, please go ahead, Dr. Vijay Ratne.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the slide is on the halfway, is it? Can others see the full slide?
Dr. Murugesan, you have to answer. Is it on the full screen now?
No, sir, you please up the screen, sir, slightly. Victor, sir, you please up.
Half, yes.
Yeah,
all right, okay.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Now, right, I'm extremely sorry that time. Please, I mean, I convey my apologies for the technical issue that really we had. And as you all know that now IPCC has really already given to us the rainfall projections as well. So according to the projections that you will see here, each additional 1 degree Celsius increase in temperature intensifies extreme rainfall events by about 7%, and also it increases evaporation rate. So this means that, I mean, we will have very severe rainfall as well as dry weather conditions in time to come. So that's exactly what really we need to be careful in planting and management of our tea areas. Next one, please. Right. Now this will show you as to how the tea industry is affected by climate change. In simple terms, gentlemen, you all know that I'm just talking here only about natural hazards change. One is drought, the other one is flood, and again landslide. I think I heard a lot of discussions on this subject the previous presentation as well. Right. If we get these climate hazards or natural hazards as a result of climate change, there are great impacts on our crop yields. In our case, it is tea. And also there are a lot of damages to infrastructure like factories, warehouses, roads, and residential areas. I mean, we know that we experienced this in the past because of the flood as well as drought, and again landslides in our tea growing areas. The next slide, please. Right, I will show you our experience in Sri Lanka on the drought impacts. Now you can see 1992 as well as 2009, we had a severe drought during the first quarter of the year, February, March. And then 2016, latter half of the year, it was a continued drought. And you will see here 1992, I mean, we lost about 61 million kilograms, and 2009, another 27 million kilograms, and 2016, we lost about 36 million kilograms. So you will see the impact of dry weather conditions on tea production. The next slide, please. Right. Now, this slide shows as to how the tea crop could be adversely affected by climatic conditions. And we all know that the temperature variations, the carbon dioxide variations, so I would say the temperature rise, as well as increase in carbon dioxide concentration, the assimilation of the tea plants will vary. And as a result, our flushing seasons can change. And also we know the population dynamics of our pests. Like, I mean, in your case, it is really mosquito bugs. And also we have other diseases like, canker here in Sri Lanka, the blister blight, and in your case also you get blister blight. So these are, I mean, greatly related to the temperature conditions. And also when the carbon dioxide increases as well as the temperature increases, your weed growth will become a menace. And especially with extreme events or the very high rainfall events, there will be a lot of soil erosion. The increase in temperature will reduce your organic carbon levels. So which means your soil degradation will become a key issue. So if you really take combination of these effects, ultimately your yield, that means the crop or the harvest, will largely be reduced, especially in the low elevations where the temperatures are very, very high. As a result, your cost will go up. Ultimately, what will happen to the livelihood of our stakeholders? It may be our workers or other people who are always engaged in the tea industry, because when the crop is down, when the cost is high, the entire industry could be largely affected. The next slide, please. I am just sharing you a scenario that really we have developed some time back for Sri Lanka. In this particular scenario, what we have done is to collect all the temperature records, the rainfall records, the soil conditions, etc. And then we try to use different global change scenarios that we have developed, I mean internationally developed, and then to project what will happen to tea yield by 2050 as well as 2100. And really here we have taken low country, a location from Ratnapura, a mid country, mid elevations in Kandy, as well as up country, that is in Nuwara. And you all know that Nuwara, as I showed earlier, the temperatures are less than the optimum conditions, optimum temperatures, that is around say 23 or around 20. But if you really see mid country, the present temperatures are always in the ideal temperatures or ideal conditions, but low country, the temperatures are above the ideal temperature conditions for tea. So all these GCMs that really we have used, Hadley Center model, HADSIM, then Canadian model, CGCM, as well as Australian model, CSIRO, and the two scenarios, low emission scenario and high scenario, that really you will see, I mean, relative to baseline that really we have calculated or estimated, the low country yield will go down. For the higher, the lower elevations, with the warmer temperatures, the tea yield is tend to reduce. The mid country will get mixed results, but up country where the temperatures are low, where the conditions are cooler, with the rise in temperature, these GCMs predict or projects a higher yield. So that means those areas will get beneficial effect of temperature rise. The icons are right, okay, right. And also in another study, we use rainfall, temperature, and soil conditions for the soil data to identify vulnerable tea growing regions. And here we have about 25 agroecological regions growing tea. And in this particular slide, you will see the low country areas where the temperatures are high and also where the soil conditions are poor, they are highly vulnerable to climate change. And also mid-elevation areas where the temperatures at present is in the very preferable range will also be vulnerable with the increase in temperature. But high elevations where the climate is cooler, we will, and the soil conditions are also better because with high organic carbon contents, like in Kunur or Valparai in India, I mean, we will get a beneficial effect, or they are not, I mean, I can't say they are not vulnerable, but they are less vulnerable. Next slide, please. Right. This shows what has done for identifying vulnerable tea growing region. In Assam, in this particular study done by Dr. Bhagat et al., they have identified climate suitable areas, or the areas that are really suitable for tea in time to come. They have gone up to about 2070, and they have identified the most suitable areas, less suitable areas for tea. So really, these type of vulnerability maps are very, very important in tea planting in future. The next slide, please. Not only the tea crop, my friends, even the quality of tea can be influenced or affected by climate change. As you all know, that rise in temperatures and rising carbon dioxide concentration will change the flushing season, change the growth, as I said earlier. So ultimately, it will have an impact on chemical attributes, polyphenols, amino acids, and all sort of chemicals that are really giving us the quality of tea. And changes of these chemical attributes in the tea leaf or the tea shoot can influence the color and taste of your tea. That's only one side of the story. Down there, I am again showing, as I said earlier, the rise in temperatures will definitely change the population dynamic of pest and also the disease infestation rates and also the weed growth. So then what will happen? We will have to use more and more chemicals. If you are really trying to use more and more chemicals, what will happen? Our tea may have chemical residues reducing the real quality of our tea. I heard that a lot of experiments were going on, even in the TRF India, just to identify the residue limits, etc., etc. I think in time to come, with the increase in pest and disease infestations and the wheat growth, the people will be spraying more and more chemicals. So we need to be very careful and how to manage these pest and diseases, as well as increase in wheat growth with less chemicals and less toxic chemicals, and with other cultural practices. I will be touching on these things little later. The next slide, please. Right. So if the temperature rises and if the carbon dioxide concentration rises, what will happen to our regional or seasonal teas? Now, if you really take Sri Lanka, I mean, these seasonal teas or regional teas are a result of actually the soil and the climatic conditions that really we have in different regions. So the quality characteristics are really vital for developing these seasonal qualities. So if you really take Sri Lanka, really we have about 7 tea regions, so seasonal teas. So I mean, we are a little afraid what will happen if the temperature rises. And similarly, if you really see India, the next slide, please. Even in India, you have different tea growing regions and having different tea qualities. Himachal, Assam, Darjeeling, Nilgiris, and their temperatures are different, and their growth conditions are different, and their soil conditions are different. So they have different chemical attributes. And I mean, they are really developed as a result of different soil conditions, as a result of different climatic conditions that is already prevailed. So if the temperature rises, if the carbon dioxide rises, and if the growth changes, if the flowering season changes, these quality seasons can either shift, or maybe we will have a sort of, reduction in these chemical attributes and the quality of our teas. The next slide, please. So, gentlemen, now really we know what are the impacts, what will happen to our tea yield, what can happen to our quality. So what is the planter's role? I think this is the most important thing that really we should discuss. In fact, Karnataka Planters Association, Dr. Ilango, as well as Mr. Arvind Rao, wanted me to touch on this. I mean, we all know climate is changing. I mean, it's very difficult to control it. What really we can do is to mitigate or to reduce our emissions. But it is, I mean, in one country, we cannot do it. I mean, we all get together, we should do it so that really we can, reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, and then to reduce the greenhouse gas concentration in the atmosphere, and to minimize the climate change. But in addition, what really we can do is to adapt to this climate change, or how to reduce the impacts. In this particular subject, gentlemen, I would like to discuss this in 6 subject areas, so six aspects in management strategies. So what are these management strategies that really we can think of? Land selection, the crop management and diversification, soil water management, modification of the microclimate, diversification of income, and stakeholder awareness. The next slide, please. Right, land selection. Gentlemen, we all know that now what will happen. I think I can remember when I really visited some Indian tea plantations, they also have a similar situations. I mean, different type of soil conditions, different type of, tea growing regions, different type of climatic conditions. And some areas are going underwater, and some areas the drainage is a problem. In Sri Lanka too, we have similar situations. So knowing the impacts, gentlemen, really we need to, because we know we are spending quite a lot of money for tea cultivation. So it's always best for us to avoid most vulnerable regions. That means if the temperatures are extremely high, even at present, if the areas where the drought is a real problem, for the drought prone regions, we need to be little careful if you are trying to invest for tea, because the temperature is rising, we will get more and more drought, more and more frequent drought. And also there are areas where we will identify, always going underwater when there's a heavy rain or during monsoon seasons. So better avoid those vulnerable regions. And also lands with poor soil conditions, marginal soils. So then we have to have different type of crops, not tea, maybe some other crops. And also steep terrains, because the rainfall intensity will go up. So in that sense, our soil erosion will be a problem. So in that sense, really we need to avoid such steep terrains, and as well as floodplains, as I discussed earlier. The next slide, please. So then the next strategy is the crop management. We all know how to manage the tea crop. And the first and foremost thing that really we should do is to identify and select the climate resilient tea cultivars. That means drought tolerance, pest and disease tolerance, tea cultivars we should select for our new planting or replanting programs. They are the hardy tea cultivars. We all know, I'm quite sure that managers will use that word, hardy tea cultivars. They are more resilient and they can adapt to this
Sorry to interrupt. Can anyone hear him?
No, I think Dr. Murugesan, is it audible? That
No,
side?
no, sir.
I think we lost him.
Dr.
Out of
Vijay
range, I think.
is going up.
Whether he is online, Dr. Murugesan, whether he is online?
Yeah, no one is.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes. Dr. Vijay, I think you are not audible.
I think.
I can't see the screen, please.
No, it is projected.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Slide up.
No, we cannot hear you, I think.
Dr. Vijay,
So his bandwidth is low, so we cannot hear his voice.
till he comes online, maybe we can just slowly scroll because his slides are quite self-explanatory. So
Yes, I'm doing that.
Take one. Up. Can you slide?
No, Dr. Vijayarathne, you are not audible. So what I am doing is I am scrolling down your slides. We can't hear you.
Can I hear me now?
No, we are hearing you in between, but your audio is not continuous.
Right. Take it.
No, Dr. Vijayarathne, you are not audible. So what we will do is, I think we lost him. In case if he is able to join with us, maybe later on, maybe we will reserve the questions for him. Mr. Arvindra, is it agreeable to you? So we will go to the next presentation.
I think we'll do that, Victor. Unfortunately,
Yes.
we don't have a choice now. Like
Okay.
Sanjit was mentioning, maybe if his bandwidth improves, we'll get back with the question and answers.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
No, Dr. Vijayarathne, unfortunately, we are not able to hear you.
Yeah. Now I can hear you well.
No, okay. But your voice is not continuous. It's now and then coming and going. It's not continuous.
I see. Right. Okay. Then you go ahead. Victor.
Okay. 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 So I'll be talking about the preparing the existing tea fields to change the architecture of tea plants suitable for machine harvesting. This topic has been suggested by Mr. Arvind Rao because labor shortage has become a very serious issue, not only in Karnataka tea growing regions, even in the other plantation districts in South India. So we have been researching on this particular topic for the last nearly 20 to 25 years. Right from the mid 90s, we have been doing a lot of project works on this particular subject. And at present, some of the major tea growing corporates, including our experimental farm that is located in Valparai, the land labor ratio has come down from 3 to 0.5. So that is the type of reduction in labor force that are available. And also, I need not say about the increasing cost of production. So the ultimate answer is on mechanization of whatever possible ways in all the cultivation practices. So that is the answer. And then from these 2.5 decades of our experience on mechanization, this has been identified as the following are the factors or the driving forces that if some company, if any corporate company or if an individual estate, they wanted to successfully adapt mechanization, means the driving forces are number one is the attractive incentive systems to the workers. There are companies that are giving even super incentive system to attract more workers to do, mainly the harvesting, motorized harvesting operation. Within a time period of within 5 to 6 hours period, they are able to harvest large quantity of green leaf, and then they are able to cover more area. And the driving force behind is the basic wage plus the plantation districts incentive system, and added to that there is a super incentive system, and then followed by the commitment by the management. And I need not mention about the training, regular training program to the operators, the group of operators, and the other facility that is a must is the local mechanical workshop where day-to-day repairs can be undertaken. So with this supporting infrastructure, I would like to compare how prepared we are. See, some of the developed nations, that the left photograph clearly shows how prepared they are, and then the right photograph shows that how prepared we are right now. That is because the developed nations, they evolved the entire cultivation practices suitable for mechanical harvesting, mechanical pruning, mechanical spraying. All set of cultivation practices are evolved all these years to be automated right from the beginning, very beginning. Whereas in our country, we are all tuned, or we are all much familiar only with manual operations. So that is a big difference. And this is a very common sight. The right hand side photograph clearly shows how the time is wasted in segregating the leaf, the harvest, in sorting out the leaf. Whereas you see the left hand side photograph, in a developed nation, it just harvested, collected in the leaf collecting bag, and it straight away goes to the truck, leaf collecting truck, and straight to the factory.
We can't hear you, Dr. Victor.
Hello. Hello.
Dr. Victor, you're not audible.
No, there is a heavy thundering, lightning here. I think I lost the connectivity. Anyhow, I will try to reconnect. 1 second. Hello.
Now it's okay.
No, it's okay. Now it's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Yes, perfectly. Good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the preparation consists of the following important points. Starting from the canopy or the plucking surface, it has to be uniform, and the width of the plucking surface is also very important to achieve very high productivity whenever mechanical harvesters are used. The compactness that has to be developed. Shoot density is very important. Walking lanes has to be provided, and we are also it's also necessary to introduce the row system from contour planting style to the row system, which I'll be talking about maybe in the later part of my slide, and the ground support for both for the operators as well as for the machines when it is operated over the plucking surface, followed by speed of harvest. These are all some of the important points when we talk about mechanical harvesting. And in a developed nation, the importance is given to the machine, the plants, and the soil. All the three are given due importance to make it as a successful operation. For example, some of the soil characters, I would like to highlight only the organic matter status content in this slide. In a tea field, it's unimaginable to note that the organic matter status content, when we talk about something around 3%, they are able to maintain up to 42%. You can imagine the amount of organic matter that is added into the tea field to prevent soil erosion, to make it more fertile, and then to improve the water holding capacity. That is a type of importance that is given to the soil. And the importance given to the plucking surface include harvesting is defined as add a leaf and then harvest. Whenever we talk about the mechanical harvesting in a developed nation, see here you can see the difference between a same tea field where the leaf is just getting harvested and other side is after harvesting. You can see the amount of the maintenance foliage that is retained on the plucking surface, which is very important for the recovery of the tea plants. And the shoot density, see, once the canopy is developed suitable for mechanical harvesting, the shoot density, this is per square feet. It's something around 120 to 130 shoots per square feet, 30 centimeters square. And this is an example, a photograph where we can see how dense the shoots are. This is possible when the canopy is prepared for mechanical harvesting, and it's always on two pass movement. One side is harvested and then the machine is turned back, and then the other rest of the part is also harvested. And even after harvest, that canopy doesn't look like it is over harvested or it is harvested to the redwood. Equal importance is also given to the type of branches. You can see the density of the branches in a tea field where mechanical harvesting is being done. And there is no fixed pruning cycle for machine harvested fields. Not like our Asian countries where we prune maybe once in 4 years or once in 5 years, depending upon the elevation. Actually, the definition for pruning is to restrict the height of the plucking table. That is the definition for pruning. And whenever the height exceeds, because height is also an important category to be considered when we do mechanical harvesting. And this is a skipped field. You can see the density of the branches. And this is a field that is recovering from pruning. And when we come to the bush architecture study, it's just a comparison between South India and a developed nation. How the importances are given to the type of branches, shoot density, and height of the plucking table whenever we talk about mechanical harvesting. See, for example, in South India, our existing tea plantations, they have a primary branches of about 4 to 6, very less in number, whereas a condition where the field has to be, if it is to be converted into a mechanical harvested field, the primary branches itself should be more than 25 to 30. And similarly, the secondary branches from 27 to 32 is an average in South Indian tea estates, which has to be increased to something around 90. And similarly, tertiary branches, what we have right now is about 80 to 100, which is to be increased at least 3 times. Shoot density, right now what we have is about 30 to 40 per 30 centimeters square, whereas what is suitable for mechanical harvesting is something like 90 at least minimum, and it should go up to 120 per 30 centimeters square. Similarly, the plucking table height, we are going as high as even 115, sometimes even 120 centimeters at the end of the pruning cycle, maybe a 4th year field. But what is possible with 2-man operated or a single man operated or battery operated harvester is 95 centimeter at the maximum. We should never allow that height to exceed more than 95 centimeter. Now comes the question of how we are preparing the field to suit to this set of conditions. So there are two ways. Part 2, I am not going to talk about, that is the future replanting program, where right from the nursery, vegetative propagation itself, everything is modified. When it is planted in the field, it is modified. So that topic I am not going to discuss. I am going to talk about only the existing fields. And we have the option of how best we can improve. It's only by manipulating pruning height, pruning cycle, tipping style, tipping height, and improving the soil fertility. So now the procedure that can be adopted is, we have to go down from the existing pruning height of maybe 26 inches prune or 28 height of pruning. That necessarily has to be reduced to 18 or 20 or 22 inches from pruning. We should start developing the tea plants suitable for mechanical harvesting right from pruning. Not that straight away we can introduce that in a 3rd year field or in a 4th year field. If we try to adapt battery operated harvesters or single man or 2-man operated harvesters, that won't give the desired results. So that is why right from the pruning, it has to be designed, it has to be initiated. Say a low pruning followed by a high tipping. A special tipping height is required. For example, here, if it is pruned at about maybe 18 to 22, what is suggested is that there should be a 2 times tipping. First tipping at 26 inches, followed by a second tipping at 28 inches, and have at least 4 tiers of leaves above the pruned frame. It is known as a high tipping. So this will facilitate more number of maintenance foliage on the plucking surface, and automatically compact and uniform plucking surface to be developed, which will lead to dense plucking points per unit area and succulent crop shoots. And once compact uniform plucking table is formed, then mechanical harvesting to be introduced, whatever may be the type of machines that is.
Sir, we are not getting your audio, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Now you are audible.
Because there is heavy lightning here in Valpare. For example, in an old seedling tea field, you can't expect a high plucking average, whereas in a clonal tea field, definitely it is possible average. And then up and down planted old seedling tea definitely has to be converted into contour style of planting with infilling to have uniformity on the plucking surface. Actually, we are all tuned to this hand plucking. All our cultivation practices right from developing tea clones over these years, it's only suitable for hand plucking, because we have always emphasized to have a tea clone with a single stem plant, that is with one single primary branch rising from the ground, and it should be thick, very thick, with large leaf and very few crop shoots on the plucking surface, which will be having more weight, which is ideally suited for hand plucking. Whereas in the other way, the other countries who are into large scale mechanical harvesting or large scale automation, they have developed plants clones with multiple branches, small leaves, thin branches. As a result, dense crop shoots on the plucking surface and that are suitable for mechanical harvesting. And this is just a comparison between South India and other developed nations. How both hand plucking as well as the mechanical harvesting, the selections or the tea clones or the tea fields are modified. So the objective of this exercise has to be how to modify through low pruning, multi-stage tipping, and how to develop a compact plucking surface which is low in height from the ground and highly suitable for mechanical harvesting with more number of dense crop shoots. For example, a tea field with about 30 to 40 shoot density per square foot to be increased at least 3 times higher than that. And the ground has to be necessarily prepared before implementing mechanical harvesting. All the drains has to be closed for smooth operation. And the current practice of 2 tiers of leaves above the pruned height. For example, most of the tea estates, they do only 26-inch prune because of the first year yield. They are all worried about the first year yield. So that is why the pruning height is always decided to be maybe at 26 or even much more than 26 inches prune because they want quick recovery after pruning. But whenever we do mechanical harvesting, we should not worry about the first year yield because here the objective is not the yield. Here the objective is to train the tea plants suitable for mechanical harvesting. So we should not worry about the first year yield. Then only we will be able to select a low pruning. For example, in the second picture, it's a pruning that has been done at 22 inches height and then tipped at 2 times, 2-stage tipping, 26 and 30 inches. You can see the depth of the foliage that is retained on the tea plant. Similarly, this is another view where in the left-hand side of the picture, you can see conventional practice of pruning. So a high pruning, 26 inches, and then adding only 2 tiers of leaves above the pruned frame. And when the same field, when it is pruned at 22 inches, a low pruning, and then 2 times when it is tipped, 2-stage tipping, you can see the depth of maintenance foliage. And another practice, what is suggested is that even tipping has to be done with machines. Whatever machines that we do, it should not be with hand tipping. So you can see the difference. The number of leaves that are retained with manual tipping is because of 2-tier tipping, it's only 65 number of leaves per square foot, which can be increased to something around 94 because of a high tipping with the type of harvester, whatever type of harvester we use. Even shears can be used for tipping. And plant height is also very important. As I said in the introduction, the maximum height for mechanical harvesting that can be allowed is 95 centimeter, not more than that. If the height is more than 95 centimeter, then automatically area coverage is less and the proper plucking table, that formation of the plucking table is not proper, and the expected area coverage as well as plucking average can't be achieved. So that is why
We lost you again, Dr. Victor.
hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Yeah. This interruption is due to heavy lightning here. Please excuse me. And then the another important aspect to be followed is providing perfect walking lanes. You can see in the picture how flat the ground is, the walking lane is. And you can also see the compact plucking table. It's all trained in Valparai in one of our experimental plot where the existing tea field has been pruned low, tipped high, and then how the compactness is being developed, how the plucking surface is transformed to suit for mechanical harvesting. And some of the equipments are very useful to speed up the whole operation. For example, these are all imported machines only from OCI. The model is E7H, known as the hedge trimmer with a wheel, which is very useful to cut these lanes quickly. And when compared to the manual method, the total cost for using this machine for making this lane cutting twice in a year or 3 times in a year or 4 times in a year, it's only 513 rupees per hectare when compared to almost 1,200 rupees if we wanted to do that same thing with the manual method. And this is another machine, OCI R8GA1 model number, which is very useful to reduce the plucking table height. So whenever that exceeds, the height exceeds more than 95 centimeter, as I said, there is no fixed pruning cycle for mechanical harvesting. Sometimes even at the end of the second year, end of the third year, if required, that field is skipped and the height is reduced. The ultimate objective is to cover more area and to achieve high plucking average. So this machine is very useful to do this skiffing operation. For example, the total cost for skiffing the field with OCI R8GA1 will be only 3,400 rupees per hectare when compared to up to even 13,000 rupees under manual method. And here you can see the importance of the rows that is given to the experimental plots or whoever is initially adopting this mechanical harvesting. The lower picture is taken in Valparai. You can see the Valparai town, the other side of the hill. See how the importance is given to the rows. Whereas in the first picture is in a developed nation. So almost the same way, the concept of rows are very important. We have to provide proper walking lane, proper plucking surface whenever we wanted to prepare for mechanical harvesting. So this gives the importance of the rows. And the same field, another view, even up to 35% of the slope, how beautifully the field has been converted into suitable for mechanical harvesting. The other side is the Valparai town. So you can see the transformation that has taken place while preparing the field suitable for mechanical harvesting. Here, what I wanted to emphasize is that slope is not a criteria to be considered at all. Even up to 35% slope, if walking lanes are properly provided, the field can be modified. And shade trees, even if it is coming in between the rows, in between the plants, it's not an issue at all. Once the operators are trained how to use the machine harvesting, avoiding the shade trees, you can, the picture itself shows how beautifully this has been under mechanical harvesting for the last 2 pruning cycles. And this is just a basic comparison of different type of machines, their plucking average, worker requirement, area coverage, plucking interval. And coming to the area coverage, the speed of harvest. See, actually the area coverage varies according to the speed of harvest. For example, if you see the first row from 16, 17, 18 and 19 meters per minute, and then the area coverage. So normally for a 2-man operated harvester, if people are able to harvest up to even 0.5 hectares in a day within say about 5 hours or 5.5 hours working period, it's a good area coverage. And for every, if that speed is achieved, if the operators are able to cover at least 0.5 hectare, the number of machines required, for example, every hectare, will be requiring one machine can cover up to 14, 15, 16, and 17 hectares according to the working speed. Similarly, this is for the one-man operated harvester. According to the working speed, the area coverage varies from 0.23 to 0.27, and one machine is required for every 5.4 hectares or 5.8 or 6.1 or 6.5 hectares according to the working speed. And this is the payback period when, as I said, the lane cutting machine, when that is used, the payback period is just about 80 hectares. When 80 hectare is completed, you get back that payback period. So that is the amount of saving when compared to manual method of lane cutting. And similarly here, for two-man operated machine, the payback period is about when the estate is able to harvest about 1,46,000 kgs of green leaf, the payback period is achieved. In the case of single man machine, it's just about 57,000 kilos of green leaf. When that is harvested, the payback period is achieved. And coming to the summary of the topic, selection of the field is very important. Clonal fields are best suited for mechanical harvesting because of higher yields, that is more than 3,000 kilos. And at least 6 to 7 rounds of harvesting is possible. Rest can be with shears. Slope of the field is not important problem at all. Even up to 30 to 35% slope, the field can be modified into mechanical harvesting. Closing the drains, trenches is necessary to have a smooth ground. Definitely walking lanes has to be provided. And whenever walking lane is provided, the first cut has to be with pruning knife, because there will be thick branches at the lower part of the plant. So that has to be cut by pruning knife, which may require about 25 workers per hectare. And then once that is completed, then this lane cutting machine will be very useful just to maintain that same walking lane. And a low pruning height followed by high tipping is necessary to maintain adequate maintenance foliage as well as the height, to maintain that normal height. And definitely pruning 2 cuts. Whenever we do prune, some of the gardens are following it, especially in the Nilgiris, to prune twice, so that the top layer is again applied to the soil to improve the soil fertility, and then later on the thick branches are cut. And nutrition, coming to the soil application, definitely it requires a special organic matter application, something like a castor cake. Some of the estates in Nilgiris and Annamalais they are following, or vermicompost that is developed in their own estate that is applied, which will improve the water holding capacity and increase the organic matter status content from the medium level of around 3 to much higher level. And then there is always a ratio of the total quantity of the nitrogen that is applied is always divided by both the synthetic fertilizers application as well as by organic fertilizers application. And whatever coming under the synthetic fertilizers, that is again the ratio of NK is 1:1. It's not 4:3. And similarly, there is a special foliar application that is required wherever this machine harvesting is being practiced. There is no need of removing the shade trees. Shade trees can be maintained, and it's only training that is required for the operators to how to avoid the shade trees hindrance. And of course, I need not emphasize on training and maintenance of the machines. And attractive incentive system is what is the key factor. As I said, even some companies, they give even the super incentive systems to motivate the workers and improve the plucking average. And then we should give sufficient time for this transformation to take place. We should not jump to the conclusion that mechanical harvesting is not worth in doing some of these fields. That sort of wrong conclusion we should not jump. We have to wait for the transformation to take place. In other words, the multi-generation growth of the shoots, we have to give time to become into unigeneration. So that is possible only when we do repeated motorized harvesting or mechanical harvesting, and then convert the tea bushes, the growth of the crop shoots, to become a single generation type of growth. That is known as the unigeneration. So once unigeneration is formed, then we will not be wasting time on segregation of leaf. And here you can see when this system is adopted, what is seen in the left side of the picture, that is almost, we were able to do it even in Valparai. Okay, in the right hand side of the picture, we are able to almost follow the same style of row planting, even though it is on a very high steep terrain like 35% slope. Still, we are able to, with patience, lot of patience and proper training, proper pruning, limiting the height of the plucking table with the proper tipping methods, we are able to almost duplicate the same what a developed nation is doing, even in South India. So the transformation is a very slow process in any biological system. So we need patience to convert this. Commitment should be there to convert this even an existing tea field to suit for mechanical harvesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Victor, for your presentation. Shall we open it now for question and answers?
Yeah, please. Yes.
Hi, Dr. Victor. This is Sanjay from Kelagur Estate. Thank you for your presentation. Yes. This Valparai experiment you all did, how long is this complete replanting?
No, it's all the old planted area, old tea. Actually, as I said, there are two ways of approach. One is the new planting or the replanting, where a different style of planting, a different training method is followed. That I have not covered in this presentation. What I have covered is only the existing tea field that was planted maybe in the 1960s or 1970s. Those fields are only converted.
So that was a clonal tea or seed?
Both clonal as well as seedling.
So converted as in you've interplanted or you removed?
Yes. No. Infilling, extensive infilling.
Can you share that? Can you share that process on how you'll have done that with excessive infilling and conversion of from a seed to that type of planting?
See, first of all, if it is a up and down planted area, that has to be converted into contour. At the time of pruning, we may require about 35 workers per hectare to convert this up and down into contour at the time of pruning. So when we do that pruning, we will be losing out a lot of branches, a lot of casualties also expected. But we have to do extensive infilling, sometimes even as high as even 30 to 40% infilling with clonal plants. So once that is completed, then there will be a continuity on the plucking surface where we have to introduce the row system. The row has to be continuous. There should not be a discontinuity, what is seen in an existing old tea field. If the row is continuous with new clonal planting material infilled, and then we have to train them. As I said, the pruning itself is slow pruning with two-stage tipping, adding more number of leaf on the plucking surface, then develop that compact plucking surface. This is how it's being done.
Okay.
Initially there are a lot of expenditure involved, no doubt. As I said, sometimes even 35 workers are required to do this conversion, followed by massive infilling program that is also required.
And this clone you've used for infilling is which clone?
Mostly B661, Upasin 9, mostly.
Okay. So the fields are looking very nice in Valparai. Congratulations. The other thing, sorry, one more question. I don't see any weeds or any, I mean, the ground looks fairly clean. Is there anything special you're doing?
No. Actually, see, the key point here is once a field is selected, identified for mechanical harvesting, that is specially treated. Okay. It is specially treated because it becomes from selective harvesting to a non-selective harvesting.
Right.
When you go back, see, selective harvesting is possible only in hand plucking and in shear harvesting, where even the workers will be automatically tempted to remove the weeds if it is growing above the plucking surface. Whereas in a non-selective plucking system, which is going to be under complete mechanical harvesting, it's absolutely necessary that the field is free from weeds, plucking lanes are proper.
Yes, yes.
That's what I said, ground support. The ground support has to be there. Then only the speed of harvest is possible. The speed of harvest is what is the key factor. Otherwise, we will be sorting out, we'll be spending time in sorting out the leaf and then wasting time and plucking averages. That is one of the reasons why plucking averages are not achieved.
Agree. I think even with our shear fields, if the fields are kept clean and neat, right, your plucking average goes up. Otherwise, there's a lot of waste of time in, as you mentioned, sorting and removing of weeds and things like that. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Any direction spacing? So normally north, south. So it is a drought prone area. The phasing, the field facing the direction. Will it influence the yield by mechanical harvest?
No. Direction of the field has nothing to do with converting into mechanical harvesting. Any direction or any field can be modified. It's only the commitment what is required by the management to implement this. When there is a necessity, when there is an acute shortage of labor, this is achieved.
Dr. Victor, I just wanted to find out with this type of architecture modification where you're going to have dense crop shoots and sort of generation of buds. Over a 4-year cycle, I can understand the first year the crop will be lower because of the lower pruning. But over a 4-year cycle, would the crop per hectare, the yield, be higher with this mechanical harvesting system?
Yes. See, as I said, we have to forget about the first year yield when we do this modification, because we are going to lose out a lot of branches at the time of low pruning as well as at the time of cutting the lanes. See, the lane cutting machines can't cut the thick branches. So first year we have to cut it with the knives only. So we will be losing out a lot of lower branches, thick lower branches. So there will be a drop in crop in the first year. As I said, our objective is to convert the fields into suitable for modification, where we are not modifying the total area of the estate. Total area of the garden is not converted. It's only the selected fields that are going to be converted, where we should not worry about the yield reduction. This is the first lesson that we should learn. If we start thinking of crop loss in the first year, then we will not be able to do this modification at all. So we have to accept for the crop loss in the first year, and also in the second year also there will be a minimum crop loss, which will be compensated in the third year and the fourth year once this is done.
Is there any other question for Dr. Victor?
I am Vijayaratna here from Sri Lanka. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Vijayaratna, please.
Victor, now of course, I mean, we have done similar studies for some time, and our problem was that actually the crop yields, in most of the cases, our crop yields went down to by about say 30 to 50% in some cases, mainly because of the non-selective harvesting. So really we started this practice from about, I would say, from 1970s, and really we got down all these Japanese machines. But it was unfortunate that, I mean, really we could not really adapt it in Sri Lanka. But at the moment, of course, only the large scale tea estates are really doing it because of the labor shortage. I quite agree with you. I mean, the problem at the moment is that most of the estates, they are unable to maintain their manual rounds. And therefore, in any case, if you really extend your plucking rounds manually, in any case, you are losing some of the crop. So we also have seen that, I mean, under such conditions, machine would be the answer. And I mean, what will we do are recommending at the moment in Sri Lanka is that, I mean, during the rush crop season, where the, I mean, I would say the monsoon season, to use the machines and to get back to the manual harvesting or shear harvesting during the lean cropping season. Because of this crop reduction. But I mean, in your case, I think your yields are quite higher than ours. Our average yield is about 1,600, 1,700, whereas I think in India, in the low, I mean, the most of the cases it is almost 1,800, 1,900. So really, we are unable to really allow further reduction of the yield. So I mean, that's our experience in this aspect. Thank you.
No, another reason for low crop is we have not thought about the nutrients application part. See, this needs a special application of NK fertilizer. As I said, 1:1 ratio supplemented with foliar application of macro and micronutrients, and improving the organic matter status of the soil. So that is also very important if you want to achieve this. As I said, the shoot density per square foot, it is not possible just by pruning and high tipping. The soil has to be improved to a great extent. So unless organic matter status is improved, water holding capacity is improved with a combination of organic fertilizer and synthetic fertilizer, and synthetic fertilizers also with 1:1 ratio supplemented with foliar application, then only this high shoot density is possible, which will automatically give you a high crop. So the plant, the machine, and the soil, all the three are important. That's what I said. So if that due importance is given to all the three, then any estate will be able to successfully implement it, and then it can continue with the mechanization even for more than 2 to 3 pruning cycles, which is possible in some of the large corporates in South India.
I mean, generally, how long have you done this experiment, Victor? I mean, in India?
It's all now over 3 pruning cycles.
That's good. I mean, to what extent that the estates are really practicing these machines?
See, I can say like this: some of the committed companies, out of the total harvest, about 40% of the leaf is coming through these machines, harvesters.
Good.
Remaining 60% comes from shears. No hand plugging at all. It's almost 60-40 ratio. 40% is coming from machines and 60% from shears.
That is in Karnataka or the whole India?
No. In some of the progressing corporate companies in South, this is mostly in Tamil Nadu and Kerala.
Okay, right. Thank you.
So if
sorry,
yeah,
one last question, Dr. Victor, this super incentive plan you're talking about, can you just share those details with us when you have a chance? You don't need to discuss it.
Yes.
Just try to understand that. Yeah. Thank you.
This is in addition to the
correct.
For
Incentive.
example, APA. For example, Anomaly Planters Association has got already an incentive system in place. In addition to that, to overcome the labor shortage, what we are doing is even in our experimental farm, as I said, we are operating with 0.5 land labor ratio. We have only 0.5 labor strength. For every 1 hectare, we have only 0.5 laborers available. So even in our farm, we have introduced the super incentive system so that we achieve a very high plugging average and we are able to cover the 100% of the area that is under plugging.
Right. Great. Thank you.
So if there are no further questions, I would like to thank Dr. Victor Ilangon. And I think it was a very, very impressive presentation. And it's very refreshing and comprehensive so that we are fully, aware of what is there. And I think we'll be in touch in future for further interactions on this. And now we are very much behind schedule. So Dr. Victor, how would you like to take it forward from here?
Now we have one more last presentation by Dr. Rajkumar, who has already shared his screen. So if it is agreeable to all of you, maybe we can ask him to continue and then quickly complete his presentation, followed by one short advisory officer's report.
I think we can go ahead. If everybody is okay with it or anybody has any suggestion, please.
Victor, any questions with regard to my presentation so that really I can finish it? Or what do you think?
Yes, may I request Mr. Arvind Rao whether can we have one or two questions to Dr. Vijayratne?
Yes, I think anybody would like to ask Dr. Vijayratne any questions, please, you can feel free to ask him so that, now he is audible and he's accessible on his Galaxy. So kindly, if there's anything, let us.
No, if there are no questions to Dr. Vijayratne, then maybe we can request Dr. Rajkumar to quickly complete his presentation on organic sources for sustainability cultivation.
Yes. Okay, I think Dr. Vijayratne, maybe we'll send the questions later by email because we are thinking in a different direction now, so that we could get clarification on those points that we have taken note of. And I apologize for the connectivity issues that have been there, but I think you have made a wonderful presentation and would request you share the presentation with us. And I'm sure into the future, we will be in touch with each other. And maybe I invite you also for a visit to our zone the next time you come down to India. And there are a lot of things, I think, learning for us and exposure for you in that process. So I take this opportunity, thank you profusely for having made this wonderful presentation. Unfortunately, it got upset because of the connectivity issues. But we will go through the presentation in detail later, and we'll be in touch with whatever clarifications on email. We'll have it shared with you. And I take this opportunity to thank you for taking the time and making a presentation on our conference. Thank you, Dr. Vijayratne.
Thank you, Arvind. And of course, let me also thank the Karnataka Planters Association for inviting me for this very important occasion. But unfortunately, the technical issues that really we had, I was unable to, do the presentation in full. But I'm quite sure that really you can share it with your members. And of course, if there are any questions, of course, I am glad to answer those questions. Thank you very much, Rav, and thank you, Victor, and all the members in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vijayratne.
Thank you very much.
Over to Dr. Rajkumar, please.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. So I will make it very quick. So regarding the organic sources, actually already some of the effort has been implemented for the nitrogen sources like compost or cast cake like that already implemented in all over the world. So in the concern of the potassium, there is nothing replacement for the MOP. So here I'm just mainly focusing for the potassium sources in the organic materials. So in the lot of potassium sources, we have found two attractive fertilizers like called KMEC and potash derived from molasses. Actually, here I'm using due to the unique characteristic of KMEC and potash derived is showing some of the flashlight in compared to the other potassium sources. So in the case of KMEC, it's a organic source. So it's a mined product. Actually, it's a water soluble product. It's having 22% of K2O with NGO and sulfur almost around 20%. It's also available in India, but the cost wise it is very high because it's mined from US only. So the cost is very high. When compared to the KMEC, the potash derived from molasses showing some unique advantages. Like what is this? It's might be a ash content, but it's also completely water soluble. KMEC maybe will be slightly soluble. It will take time to completely soluble. But in the case of ash, I mean KAS, it's shortly called as a KAS. So it easily soluble in water and also having more than 20% of K2O in this ash content. Also having smallest amount of MgO. This KAS has been approved by FCO for organic cultivations. And some of the suppliers also got IMO certification for this KAS product. And this is very, very cheap product. In the cost wise, is very cheap. The only thing is pH of this KAS is more than 10 to 11. So so currently we are doing the experiment on this KAS only. So I'm going to the port. I'm going to port it about that KAS experimental field experiment details. So this KAS experiment has been carried out in two locations, which is called one is an organic field, the another one is in conventional field. So in the conventional field is almost going to complete a 1 year program in the case of manuring and plucking. But in the case of organic field, actually after pruning the field getting slow recovery, so unable to taking plucking average and plucking yield and all. So here I imported in the conventional field yield details only. So this is a treatment which you have followed for the KAS. So the T1 is a control and T2 is our standard recommended NPK. When going for the T3, we are reduced MOP as 25% with KAS. Then T4 50-50, which means KAS and MOP are used as a 50-50. Then T5 and T6, we have introduced integrated nutrient management. Here we have applied compost as 1%, then applied 70% of our recommended NPK. In T6, in addition with we have applied biofertilizer also. So this is a treatment which has been followed in the conventional field. So after that, based on the plucking, around 10 to 11 pluckings, our yield has been derived in the next graph. So T5, which is based on the integrated nutrient management, is yielding around 9.2% increment than our standard NPK recommendation. Also, we can see the T4 and T6 also giving around 3% enhancement when compared to our standard NPK, showing that application of KAS giving somewhat enhanced yield in compared to other areas, other treatments. So the left side table showing that treatment of an organic estate. So organic estate also I have taken 6 kind of treatments called as control and our standard NPK, which is here we have taken as UDAS for the comparisons. And also we have very different kind of doses like 1:1 ratio of NK and 1:1 ratio of NK and 1:2 ratio of NK. We have tried in organic estate, but so far we don't have any plucking average, so I'm not portraying yield details. But in the case of soils, we have done some soil studies after manuring and all. So the right side bar graph showing that K content in the experimental field. So the yellow color bar showing that in the organic field. So after applying our treatment, the KAS applied treatment, which means T3, T4, T5, T6, having enhanced K content in the soil. So this manuring has been applied on the February month. The soil sample has been taken after 3 to 4 months. So it's showing that KAS has been enhanced potential content in the organic soils. So like that has been happened in the inorganic field also, but the inorganic field cannot be competent with MOP because the T2 is a MOP based treatment. So T3, T4, T5, T6 is based on KAS treatments. So here you can see that the potassium content has been reduced with KAS. So here also MOP is dominating, even though Even though I have checked other parameters like pH, EC, and OM status. So in the organic field is not much difference in the OM, pH, EC and all. But when you're going for the inorganic field, when you're going for the inorganic field, the EC content has been enhanced in the inorganic applied treatments. And other cases, pH also reduced up to 4.7. So, but in the case of KS applied treatments, the pH has maintained the optimum level, and EC also got reduced. So, like that, also OM status also enhanced with the application of KS. KS as one of the treatment. So this result has been intended to do the more studies like mineralization studies. So I have done mineralization studies in our own farm, which is located in our Upasi Kunnur glacial farm. So I have taken two plots, like one is for MOP, the another one is for the KS. So before treatment, the left side graph showing that soil content of K. So before treatment, the K content is been almost equalized. When after 10 days of applications, the MOP getting dominate little more. After 35 days, it get equalized. The same trend has been followed in the leaf also. So I have taken a leaf nutrient analysis for K. The same trend has been followed in leaf also. So this is confirming that the K has almost complementing with MOP, almost getting equal results with the MOP. So this is a cost benefit ratio for the existing for experimental MOP and for KPAs. So when you convert it to unit cost, the MOP will comes around 35. But in the case of KS, it comes around 24 only, because MOP is approximately 21 per kg, but in the KS comes around 6 rupees per kg. Like that also, I have checked the bulk density of the KS. So the KS bulk density is very low. I think 0.5 is half of the MOP. So when you're doing the transportation, the occupation of bag will be double. But even though the cost will be reduced when compared to the MOP. So this is nano fertilizer. Why I have included this nano fertilizer means actually recently this is an emerging topic. People are frequently asking me to what is the dosage and all. So just like slightly using this platform to intimate all of the members who was presenting there. So why nano fertilizer? We know some of the specific features of nano fertilizer, like it has been enhanced nutrients uptake. It can be reduced with ground applications and more stress tolerant, and also it can be take more mobilization, nutrient mobilization. It can be also enhanced yield also. So these are the unique features of nano fertilizers. So how the nano fertilizer has been entered into the plant? Usually when you're doing the foliar application of macromolecular, which means urea and MOP, the sizes of the urea MOP will be in the micro range. But when you're using the nano fertilizers, the particle size will be in the nano range. So in the case of leaf, the stomatal size will be in the micron range. So the 3 to 100 micron only. So if you're using nanoparticles or nano fertilizers to spray off as a foliar fertilizers, directly it has to enter into the voids of the stomatal. So here the wastage will be restricted, but when you're doing the urea's MOP, definitely the particle will be more 1000 microns or 200 microns, 500 microns will be there. So definitely there will be a lot of wastes will be there. So this is one of the main advantage of nano fertilizer. Also, the nano fertilizer has been applied by ground sources also, but most of the plant has been succeeded with the foliar applications only. So coming to the nano urea. So recently, as of now, in total India has been 82% of urea has been utilized as a nitrogen sources. To reduce the consumption of urea, the government has been introduced with the IFCO help, introduced nano urea. So nano urea is like environmental friendly, smart friendly. That not we know that. But the nanoparticle size of the nano urea is 30 nanometer only. So this helps to enter very easily into the tomato and plant. The plant from the leaf to the root. It is very easily can be mobilized to the root. And the nanoparticles, one of the advantages is it can be also absorption on the surface of the leaves. Also easily it can be absorbed. Even it can be enter into the tomato, and also it can be absorbed through surface pores of the leaves. And it's also non-toxic. And if using nano urea, we can reduce up to 50% of ground application of urea. And so the IFCO introduced nano urea having around 4% of nitrogen in 500 ml bottle, and it can be efficiency is equal to 50 kg of urea. When using nano urea, you can save your cost up to 10% of based on your existing. So what is dose is actually so far we don't have any data with nano urea in tea. So based on the IFCO recommendation, here I'm suggesting that 1 liter of nano urea liquid in 300 ml liter water per hectare is suggestible. And in split, you can make 2 to 6 feet based on that your crop requirement and in a year. So far, as I said, so far we don't have any data on that. Recently, we have initiated a trial at Kunnur. So the cost effective. So when you're doing, I have split it in two kind of portion, like 25% reduction of urea and 50% reduction of urea for the field of 300 mt per hectare. So in this case, if you look over, if you're using urea for 300 mt per hectare, the cost will be around 2,808. So in this case, if you 6 feet of nano urea has been applied on that field, what happened? 95% of yield will be, the expenditure will be enhanced with the 25 reduction of urea. Like that, 4 split will be enhanced 55% of expenditure, 2 split will be enhanced 14% of expenditure will be enhanced for the 25% reduction of urea. In the case of 50% reduction of urea, what happens? Like that 6 split, for 6 split, 71% enhancement, for 4 split, 30% enhancement of expenditure, for 2 split, only we can get, where will we get a profit like that? 2 split of nano urea with 50% reduction of urea, only we can get around 10% of profit. But even though if we using nano urea will be enhanced our yield around 5 to 8% is stated by IFCO. So if it happen means even 5% enhancement of yield will be beneficial with 6 split of nano urea applications. So organic weedicides. So actually, definitely in future you will be received a restriction for using chemical weedicide. So before that, we have to be prepared with some of the organic weedicides. So we have tried a lot of organic weedicide in our Kunnur regionals. Among the two of them shown some better performance. One of them is weed fighters. So here we have taken weed fighter with different kind of doses like 150 ml in 10 liter waters, 300 ml in 10 liter waters, and 415 10 liters waters. So what happens after 7th day? 300 ml and 450 ml has showing some dicot weed got died. So from the 7th day, it's got effective in using this kind of doses. So after 60 days only the regrowth will be appeared. So at this dose 300 ml in 10 liters of weedicide, the chemicals is required around 9 liters per hectare, which means for 300 liters. If you're going for the 200 liters, around 6 liters will be required. For 9 liters, the cost will be around 5,400 per hectare per split. Since it has high EC, still here is under studies for suitability of field. So the next weedicide is a hunt up. So this is one of the organic weedicide. This is based on the pelargonic acid, and also we have tried with the different doses like 400 ml and 800 ml per 10 liter. Also we have noticed productive effective for the 800 ml per 10 liter. Only the hardy weeds are getting died. So at this dose, the 24 liters weedicide has been required for the per hectare, which means that the cost will becomes around 9,600 rupees per split. So next, I think the compost introduction, I think no need to elaborate here. This is a basic introduction. So this is I want to introduce that two kind of compost method, like a heap method and pit method. So what is the basics is that like a heap method, main basic is the foundation layers. The foundation layers is based with your dried plants materials. Then layer one, the layer one is your composting material like tea waste, coffee husk, anything you can use as a composting material for composting purpose. Then layer two will be the green leaf, the waste green leaf, which means the weeds or pathways, weeds like that. Green materials can be used as a green leaf layer. The layer 3 will be used as an animal tank. So this is the 3 basic layers for the composting method, even if you choose a pit method or heap method. So based on this pit method, I have done a extraction of tea waste into the biofertilizer. So I have collected tea waste from the nearby factories and I implemented 8 kind of treatments. Like one is the control without any composting aid and all. Then using vermi and wood ash, MOP, then wood ash with rock phosphate. So this kind of composting aid I have utilized for this kind of experiments. So what I have done is, after the completion of this experiment, what happened, you can see the chemical parameters like pit 1, pit 2, pit 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the pit 7 showing somewhat better quality, like in the case of organic carbon and CN ratio and nitrogen. So I have rounded in yellow color marked. The pit 7 is related to the combination of urea, MOP, and rock phosphate. So this is the ongoing experiment in our chemistry division. So we are going with, as I said, potash from molasses. Then Kinexa, one of the orthosilic acid formulation for the growth promoter. Then green label zinc is an organic sources for zinc. Then organic growth promoters. Then nano fertilizer experiment. Then recently we have started IoT based smart drip irrigation system in our chemistry divisions. So thank you for the giving opportunity to deliver my presentation on this. Thank you. Sorry, due to the time concern, I gone through very fast. Sorry for that, sir.
Now what we will do is we will get the questions. If somebody wants to have some clarifications, they can email to us, and then we will prepare the answers and send it back to the COPA center, and then it will be passed on to the members. Now we will directly go to the advisory office's presentation. Mr. Shankar Narayanan, please.
Chandra sir, please unmute. Sir, please unmute yourself, sir.
Hello. Shankar Narayanan, you can start speaking, please.
Okay. I'll give you a brief report of my center. Just a minute. Ready? Okay. So I'm giving just straight away going to the slides. I'm giving the rainfall and rainy days for the year 2020 and 21 when compared to 2019 and 20. So when compared to 2019-20, the rainfall was slightly low, that is around 6% less, whereas the rainy days were 12 days higher than the previous year. Then this is the estate rainfall data for an average of 5 years. So among the estates, Cardamom has the highest rainfall. That is the average we take is 900 centimeters coming. For the year 2021 also the same only result only. Then there is the yield data per kg per acre for 5 years. This is the 5-year average for the estate yield. So among the estates, this classic and Kalur has the highest yield level. Then for yield kg per acre for 2020-21, there also the classic and Kalur was 4,000 kg per acre. Then the external service, the number of visits from my October, I joined in October only. From October to March, it was March 21, it was 21. Then the number of main samples we are sent for residue analysis. That was 3 for the October 22, March 21. Now the experience what are going the center I am giving. That is the total. We have 5 experiments. One is experiment on yield performance of PRF1. They have an estate. It was started in 2008 and it was concluded in 2020. For 3 pruning cells we have run the experiment. Then evaluation new graft combination under Karnataka conditions. We started in 2015. It has completed 1 pruning cycle and the experiment is we are continuing. And the another one is experiment on native. We have started this year only. That's at the rate of 125 grams per hectare. This native is a combination of trifloxystrobin 25% and tebuconazole 50% against blister blight and gray blight. This is in T. There is a trifloxystrobin is for blister blight. Sorry, trifloxystrobin is for gray blight, whereas tebuconazole is for tebuconazole for blister blight and trifloxystrobin for gray blight. Then we are giving that experiment, that is yield wise. I am giving experiment on yield performance TRF1. The data for 3 cycles I am giving here. That is first cycle, which has achieved a yield of 10,031 for the cycle. Total yes. That is for a cycle it achieved 10,031 kg per hectare. For the second cycle it was 11,035 kg per hectare with an average of 2,759 kg per hectare. Third cycle it was 11,188 kg per cycle, whereas the average was 2,797 kg per hectare. So this is the split up figures for each cycle for the same experiment. So the first cycle it has achieved 10,031 kg with a highest yield of 3,211 kg per hectare in the third year, whereas for the second cycle it has crossed 4,000 kg per hectare during second and third cycle. So second and third year. For the third cycle, the highest yield was achieved only 3,092 kg per hectare, and it is not a hardy clone. And this is the second experiment is evaluation of graft combination under Karnataka conditions. We have started in 2015. It has, we have got these 7 combinations. We have these UPASI 17, UPASI 3, and TRF1 are high yielding, but are not hardy clones. Whereas UPASI 9, ATQ1, TRI 25 are hardy clones. So these combinations we are used for this graph. One is UPASI 17 on UPASI 9, another is UPASI 3 on ATK1, UPASI TRF on TRI 25, 6017 on ATK1, UPASI 17 on ATK1, UPASI 3 on TRI 25, and TR 6017 on TRI 25. The number of plants for the experiment is given on the right side. Then these are the same experience, that is the total yield achieved for the cycle we are in here. Then I will give the next slide, clear picture of which treatment is giving the result. That is the same experiment only. So among the graft combinations, this is UPASI 17 on ATK1 has achieved higher yield, which is followed by TR 6017 on TRI 25. Then this is a new experiment we are initiated in Koppa State, and on this is native of 125 grams per hectare, and that is compared with our standard treatment, coproxychloride and this hexaconazole, and we have one untreated control also. So this is as per the trend, this native is giving excellent result when compared to our standard treatment, hexaconazole and coproxychloride. It is superior to our standard treatment. Then this experiment is initiated in Cod Hitler Estate. We have 9 treatments, and it's with mostly for this bacteria and fungal cultures. We are initiating this Koppa Estate. Few trains were carried out, but it is too early to comment on this experiment. Now this is the assessment of blister blight incident in 3 different agricultural zones of Karnataka. This is from untreated control plot. That is for a period of 5 years. Average we are giving here. Koppa region, Kalasa and Jaipura region. So Koppa region starts from June onwards, and highest it reaches its peak in September. Then comes down and it reaches below 10% in March. Then Kalasa region, it starts from June and it reaches its peak during August and September. Then it comes down and is below 20% in March. Whereas in Jaipura region is the lowest when compared to Koppa and Kalasa region. Jaipura has the lowest incidence of blister. It goes from May to August is the peak season. Then it comes down. Then I am giving some field observations. During my 1 year tenure in this region. The existing ceiling tea fields are very old and are having tanker on the primary branches. In many fields, regeneration pruning and infilling were carried out. Medium pruning and infilling is being carried out every year. Vacancy percent is high in many seedling fields. Only one estate is having 100% clonal. In most of the estates, the clonal percent is around 20%, and in two estates, it is 70%. The clonal materials used are Ubasi 9, 80K1, KPA-Area 2025, Ubasi 24, Ubasi 27, Ubasi 2. TRF1 and TRF4 are available. Then harvesting is best here in most of the estates. Labor shortage is noticed in many estates. Most of the fields apply adequate quantity of NPK. Foliar application of micronutrients, urea, MOP, and DAP are applied by all the estates. Dolomite is applied in all the estates. Weed institution is generally under control. The standard shade trees are high in a few estates. Pruning practices at specs we are doing earlier. From June to pruning June, in most of the estates. Pruning height varies from 22, 24, 26 inches, and the pruning standard was good. Blister blight is the main disease, followed by Pesticides dieback. Both could be controlled by the application of fungicide. Red spider mite is the main pest. Even though it is noticed in many fields, it could be controlled by the timely application of acaricides. Drought is a serious issue due to lack of northeast monsoon or early cessation of monsoon. All the estates are having irrigation system, however, it is not possible to cover the entire area. Areas for augmenting production, rejuvenation, pruning, and infilling. In fields where 50% of primary branches are affected by wood rot or canker, rejuvenation, pruning, and infilling may be undertaken. Avoid rejuvenation, pruning, and infilling if the field is having more than 40% vacancy and in China field, then replanting is the option. Infilling. In fields having less vacancy, infilling may be carried out at the time of pruning. Single man operated machine harvester may be used in corner field as well as in field fields during high cropping season. It can be used in fields with moderate slope of up to 20%. A machine can cover an area of 0.25 to 0.4 hectare. The machine can harvest around 300 to 350 kg of green leaf per day with 2 persons. To tide over drought, apart from irrigation, variola pruning or application of compost at the rate of 5 tons per hectare will be highly useful. Then this is the acceptable composition of green leaves. That is 3 leaf and a bud plus soft banji, one or two leaves, 60 to 65% by weight. Non-standard leaf, that is non-standard, also referred to as coarse leaf, or non-succulent leaf, that is 30 to 35%. Black leaves, maximum 5%. And this is the chemical which we are using in this district. I am giving that MR limit. And this is 10 paraxylate 2 ppm, hexythioxas 15, coparges 10 ppm, phenylphos 0.05, hexaconazole 0.02, propiconazole 0.1, then copper max 150 ppm, glyphosate 1 ppm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar Narayanan, for the report on the advisory officer.
Thank you.
Now, may I request the convener, Mr. Arvind Rao, to maybe call upon the person to give vote of thanks?
Right. Just one more thing before that. For fixing of the 46th AC at Classic Tea Estates, could I request, it is the turn of Classic Tea Estates, so could I request Managing Partner, Mr. Ashwin Shetty, to confirm holding the next AC at Classic Tea?
Definitely, yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Can
you.
you hear me?
And I'm sure it will not be a virtual one.
Would I ask Dr. Elango a couple of questions?
Please.
Yeah, please, sir.
Okay, Doctor. Doctor, one is regarding you showed us photographs of the intensive infilling that you have done in Valparai. Is there a chance that we could visit it, because we are not able to exactly make out how you are doing it?
See,
That is one. And the second one is, okay. The second one is, doctor, you all concentrate a lot on the field, but very little is being done about the factory. So that is the end product, isn't it? So you
Yes.
had a very good gentleman, couple of good people who have unfortunately left, like Satish. Is there any chance that you will be able to get somebody or help us in that regard? Because we've got a lot of good tea makers in our fraternity here, but it's always nice to have an external input from other places, like who have visited factories and other districts, things like that. Could you help us on that matter, doctor?
Yes. First, to answer your first question.
Yes.
See, intensive infilling program basically requires your own tea nursery, or you will be able to buy plants easily at a reasonable cost. The cost of the plants that is what it matters. So most of the estates, those who have got their own plants, their own nursery, they are able to do this intensive infilling program. For example, Bombay Burma Trading Corporation is the best example in Valparai. The company has gone for massive infilling program, mainly to fill up the vacancies and then to have continuity on the plucking surface, on the canopy. Otherwise, what happens is that it's all planted about maybe 60, 70 years back on an average, and some of the fields are more than 100 years old, and there is a lot of vacancy. So unless vacancies are filled up, we can't expect that plant population is what that matters to achieve a high productivity. And implementing any sort of shear harvesting or mechanical harvesting system, we should have more productive plant population. So basic requirement is nursery, followed by low pruning, and then to take up infilling, large scale infilling program. So once this is done, then automatically the field productivity is improved. And then regarding your visit, if the company agrees, the corporate companies in Valparai, they agree for a visit, we have no problem. We will be able to take you around and then show you the various developmental activities that is taking place. And regarding the second question on manufacturing specialist, as you said, there is a discontinuity in our tea technology department, especially on manufacturing side. And right now we have shifted Dr. Bhubadi Raj, who is in Kunnur. He is now the tea technologist, and he is looking after the mini manufacturing facility in Kunnur. And maybe when a situation is favorable for us to visit Karnataka during our next AAC or even before the AAC, then definitely Dr. Bhubadi Raj will be able to guide you on the manufacturing techniques. Thank you.
Doctor. Thank you.
So over to the convener, please.
Yes. So thank you, Ashwin, and thank you, Dr. Victor. I think we can now have the vote of thanks from Mr. Anil Savur of KPA, Secretary KPA. Anil, could you give vote of thanks, please?
Yes, thank you, sir. And I just sum up my vote of thanks. My detailed vote of thanks will be appearing in your report. But first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Vijayaratne for having kindly attended this area tea scientific, and also for impressive whatever we could hear, your impressive presentation, and also your presentation was very slides, and if we saw the slides, it was very good presentation, and very kind of you to having agreed to share your presentation. And also next, I thank our chairman for having attended this conference, and for speaking a few words and giving tips on improving the income from tea estates, because this is the need of the hour. Because of course now the tea prices are not so bad, but still we need, because of the cost of production has gone up, and we need the extra income to make up this cost of production. Next, I thank our convener for having planned this Area T nicely in spite of this pandemic. We have this conference, and also for inspiration, and also for the active tea committee which we had in suggesting the subjects for the tea conference. Next, I thank Mr. Victor for your Elangovan for your impressive presentation, and also for your report, and also for coordinating and getting the speakers for this conference, Dr. Vijayaratne and also Dr. Anke Gowda, and also for your great help in organizing this conference. And going by the program, I thank Mr. Alok for your Guman Khan overview of the Guman Khan estate. Mr. Anke Gowda for nicely wonderful and impressive presentation on planting the pepper in the tea estates. And next, I come to the presentation made by Dr. Rajkumar on soil amendments, and Dr. Shankar Narayan for your advisory report, and Mr. Ashwin Shetty for having kindly agreed to host your next classic, area tea at the classic estate. I also thank all Upasi TRF, your regional officers. First, before that, I thank all managing directors and also team members for having kindly attended this along with your managers. And finally, I thank Upasi TRF, all your regional officers, and Upasi for having kindly agreed to host this area tea virtually, and Dr. Murugeshan for advisor officer for kindly hosting this Zoom meeting. And I thank Dr. Mohan Kumar for having specially attended this and sharing your valuable inputs. My detailed vote of thanks should be in the report. And please excuse me if I left anybody, because it's already late. I want to end this vote of thanks. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil, and also thanks to Mr. Shankar Narayan for his presentation as an advisory officer. And I think it has been very, very kind of all the speakers to have made such impressive presentations today. I think I know a lot of effort has gone into it. And I think it is very useful for us with this type of interest that you'll have all taken. On behalf of all the planters, I thank all the people who have made the presentation today for the wonderful, informative, educative, presentations they have done. And we do look forward to the coming year having not a virtual meeting, but a real life meeting with you all visiting our fields and our estate. And with these few words, I thank all the presenters and all the people who have participated so enthusiastically. I thank for giving a patient hearing, and I wish you all the best into the year ahead. Thank you, gentlemen. With this, I conclude this area scientific meeting.
Apology from my side for omitting to mention the name of Mr. Shankaran. Thank you, Shankaran, and also for your advisory report.
Thank you, Anil, for your efforts and your support. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Victor, for the everlasting enthusiasm and commitment. And thank you, Dr. Mohan Kumar and all the others, Dr. Anke Gowda, I think Dr. Vijayaratne, Dr. Rajkumar, for such wonderful presentation. We are really grateful, and our heartfelt thanks to everybody and the participants who have participated so enthusiastically. I know some of them wouldn't have been able to raise the questions, but please do send a mail and we'll make sure that whatever clarifications you have will be answered. And if Dr. Victor, you could share these slideshow that people have presented, it'll be very useful for us, for all the estates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.